Yo, easy man. You already know it's not about the setback. It's about the get back. I want to appreciate everyone that's became a member, that subscribed to the channel, and that watches the channel. I appreciate y'all. If you haven't already, hit that notification bell. Hit that notification bell so you can be notified every time we go live. I appreciate all of y'all that rock with me, and I hope y'all continue to rock with me. What's poppin', fam? You know, I appreciate all y'all. Facts. And y'all know, non-stop. You know, we here. We back at it, man. And we gonna continue to keep doing what we've been doing. You know? Yeah. Y'all know how we do. We brought it to the people about what happened at No Jumper. And we definitely ain't gonna stop. Straight up. Yeah. We definitely not gonna stop. Hit that subscribe button. Smash that like button. For sure. What's good with y'all though? Yes, sir. What's goody? What's goody, man? What's poppin'? What's happening? What's up? What's up? What's up? Chat. What's good? You know, y'all know I like to break it down every time, though. You know what I mean? You know, when I'm coming, I'm breaking it down raw and authentic. This is all I know. You know, being me, you know, continuing to deliver. And, you know, we have good conversations over here. Straight up. We have good conversations. And, you know, it's like-minded people over here that see things for what it is. You know, once in the blue, we get a foo-fafi joker that, you know, want to come over here playing. But for the most part, you know, all the people that are rocking with SBGB TV, be solid. You know what I mean? And that's what we definitely represent. For sure. Hit that like button. Hit the subscribe button. And share this live, man. You know, what do y'all think we should talk about today? You know, I'm asking the chat, what do y'all think we should talk about? You know? And you know, I gotta do that as well, you know, see how y'all feel. You know what I mean? What's on your mind? You know? Keep exposing these rats. Yeah, we not gonna stop that. That's a fact. You know? We not gonna stop exposing the rats. You know what I mean? You know, I can crush them all day. Yeah, I can crush them all day. It's easy, you know. I annihilate them every time, man. Yeah. Yeah, how was everybody's Labor Day, you know? How did y'all enjoy the day? What did y'all do? Did y'all barbecue? I slept, you know. I slept. I was tired. You know, we didn't get off the stream till 11 this morning, so I got some resting. And I feel rejuvenated. You know, I'm back. Straight up. You said you just relax because it's a day off. And that's a good feeling though. You know, those relaxed days be the best. They be the best. Because you get that time to, you know, get in tune with yourself. You know, when you work hard, you don't really get that time to like get in tune with yourself. Because you always, you know, on the go, trying to handle business. You know? You know, I appreciate y'all, man. Facts. Today, we definitely going, you know, talk about different things. It's one of them days. We're just going to talk about some different things. Had that good conversation. You know what I'm saying? We had that good conversation. And that's what it's about. We got to have them open dialogue about real life situations as well. You know, got to start putting that in there. You know what I mean? Open dialogue with real life situations. Yeah. Life. We all got the opportunity to do a lot of things. Some people just overlook some things, and some people go straight at some things. That's a choice. I see 54 people shot over the weekend in Chicago. Yeah. Deep. You know? And who wants to live in that? You know? How do we get that under control? If I'm being real. You know? And I'm asking this to the chat. How do we get that under control? You said let's talk about what those people that have lived generational Section 8, and when Trump cuts it off, what are they gonna do? Because they never wanted to work. We can talk about that too. Yes, we can. We can talk about that too, for sure, because that is a situation. I seen something today. They talking about the people that are here and they hear what's going on. What's up, JAMEEKS? Okay, we got JAMEEKS in the building.
Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Say it again.
Can you hear me?
All good.
Okay.
Yeah.
Hi.
Okay, what's happening?
BTV in the house.
Let's go. So we had two people with some suggestions about what to talk about, and when I listened to them, you know, I read it. I like both suggestions, right? One of them was about the 54 people that was shot over this weekend, and 7 people passed away in Chicago.
Okay.
And you know, the violence, and then also about the Section 8. But what I seen with the Section 8, I seen that Trump was saying that they were gonna put the pressure on people that had the Section 8 that were here illegal, and that he was gonna take the vouchers of the people if they had to come to see them.
Mm-hmm.
So
I
me know.
haven't heard so much about the Section 8, but I'm here to learn too. So
Yeah. I seen something. Somebody sent me something, and what I am going to do is I'm gonna pull that up because I didn't look at it all the way, but somebody sent me a text message earlier about that, and I'm gonna pull that up and I'm gonna put it on the screen in a second so that we can see it. I gotta look up and see exactly where it's at and who it was from. Yeah, because they sent me a text message earlier, and when I seen it, I looked at it for like a short period of time, and the content went all the way up. Whoever the dude dropped it, that joint got like 200,000 views almost, and it only been up 12 hours. Oh. So he must have been saying something.
Okay. Yeah. Let's that.
Yeah. So let me see here. Let me get it up there so we can see exactly what he was saying. Because I just played like a minute or two of it when he was talking about the Section 8 and about people being there illegal. So let me see here. Hold up 1 second. Hit that subscribe button and smash that like button too if you haven't already done so. And I appreciate all y'all. Let me see here. Hold up. I know I got too much going on right here. Word. Hold up.
Look, I'm gonna tell you, I don't know how you do this because I'm still tired.
You hear me? You hear me?
I did. Like, jeez, I don't know how you do this. Now, I only came in on the second half.
Yeah. And I be doing this every day too.
I know.
Every single day. I do this every single day. And let me see here. Hold up. Every single day. Hold up. Let me type this in. I'm trying to get this typed in. 1 second. Section 8 consulting. Let me see here. Okay, I found it. 1 second. Hit that subscribe button and hit that like button. Let's see what this dude says. Hold up. And hopefully he don't flag a nigga. Hopefully he don't flag a nigga. We're gonna find out now. Yeah, hopefully he don't flag a nigga. Let me see here. Hold up.
Take your time. We're here.
All right. Let me see. We're going to get it up here now. Bingo. All right. So I want you to, you can hear what's going on here too, right? You got your screen up so that you can hear, because I'm ready to play this. So we're going to see, make sure that you can hear what's going on here too. You should be able to hear what's going on here.
Okay, let me know. I may need to get my AirPods or something.
I don't know. Tell me if you can't hear this when I play this.
All right, welcome to our channel. Today we're going to be discussing a very serious warning that has been issued by the President of the United States, as well as Scott Turner, the Director of HUD. There has been a directive that all public housing authorities should comply with a 30-day order to kick out and remove any illegal aliens to reside in any household that is utilizing a Section 8 voucher. Fallout from that will likely be rather large. So let's discuss a little bit of what's going to take place in about 30 days or less. So the presumption here is the administration, as well as HUD, is now seeking the information of every single household that's participating in the programs, and any unverified person that did not provide a social security number, you would likely expect a few things to happen. One, that entire household will likely lose its voucher and be kicked out, possibly banned. Two, there's a high potential your house will be raided, and those that do not belong in the country legally will be arrested. There could be civil and also criminal penalties for those that harbored that individual, and it's going to be a pretty tough circumstance. Okay, there are far-reaching consequences as well for the PHA. Though we don't know the methodology just yet, but I can safely say that they've made it very clear. If the housing authority is not going to remove these illegal aliens, and they have 30 days to do so, and discontinue vouchers for those harboring those and that are utilizing a voucher or in a vouchered household, then the housing authority itself will be in non-compliance and will be shut down. You will no longer receive any funds. So if you, the housing authority or any household that were to harbor any individual that cannot be identified as being legally in this country, will probably be subject to arrest. And regardless of whether you're legal or illegal, the presumption would be that if you harbor them and they're on your voucher, you're done. I don't know if that will be if that could lead to a secondary consequence of being banned from the system altogether. So let's talk a little bit about, and I pulled information for both party lines. I know we have Republicans and Democrats that watch us. I favor both sides when the politics are good for what we discuss. But here is a little bit more detailed information. So beyond the 30-day notice, housing authorities will lose funding and be shut down if they do not comply with that order. Number two, you're subject to arrests, especially the illegal immigrant if you have one in your home. And three, the fallout consequence there. So the Trump administration has ordered a nationwide review of public housing, meaning anybody that utilizes any federal funds to house herself, whether in Section 811, 202, housing choice voucher, continuum of care, rapid rehousing, permanent supportive housing, anything that's federally funded. If you or your household have an immigrant there that's not legally in this country, you're done for. You got 30 days. So I'm going to recommend at this point that you get with your housing authority. If you or somebody in your household is not legally in this country, it would be in your best interest to come clean and eject that person from your household because you could end up losing your voucher. There could be arrest. And not only that, but the far-reaching thing is, I don't know if the administration is going to go after the housing. They say they're going to go after the housing authority and defund them. Well, look, that don't just affect people with immigrants in their home that are legal. It affects all people that have a voucher period that are in that county.
Okay, so we hear that right there, right? They saying that if you got somebody in the house illegal, they running straight pressure. Mm-hmm. They gonna take the voucher. They even talking about defunding the housing authority. So I don't think the housing authority is gonna, take the fall. So they're gonna be trying to get the pressure to find out if there is any people illegal inside of the cribs. What do you think about that?
30 days is crazy.
And that's quick.
That's crazy though. Like 30 days for a whole family. And no disrespect to anybody, but sometimes it'd be like 20, 30 people up in that 1-2 bedroom. That's a lot of people.
Yeah.
That's a lot.
30 days. And, it's probably people that have been living there for years, families that have congregated for years, and they putting a 30-day time limit. And from what we seeing, they in 30 days, we gonna probably see a blitz on the housing authority, people that's on Section 8, going all the way in, trying to get it cleaned up. And I don't think that it's gonna be a game. I think it's gonna be a real live blitz.
Oh yeah. When they talking about holding them accountable, shutting down, arrest, that's serious.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And the housing authority, they not gonna want to lose their program that they got for anybody. So, you know, it should be like a serious warning to the people that are illegal, so that you don't feel like you being picked on when it happens. Because if they saying 30 days they gonna do that, then I think 30 days they gonna be on it.
Oh yeah. Yeah. Wow.
Yeah. Okay. We got Blue Chicken call. Let me see what Blue Chicken talk about. Let's see what Blue Chicken talking about.
$30 days. Wow.
Yeah, that's quick.
That's quick.
1 second.
SBGB TV. It's a live call-in show. What's poppin', Blue Chicken?
What's going on, baby? Hey, Miss J. Look at you over there looking all cute and sassy and jazzed up. Look at you.
Hey, Blue
I know
Chicken.
you have a delay, but look at you, baby.
Yeah.
Oh.
Y'all look good up there rocking. Y'all look good up there rocking. For real. Y'all
Okay.
look nice.
How you feel about the housing authority situation that they're saying 30 days that they're gonna start cleaning it up, and they giving people 30 days to get it together and get the people out of there that's illegal? How do you feel about that with the Section 8?
Well, I'll say this. They were doing it back in the late 90s and the early 2000s when a lot of our young that had turned younger, older black men were getting out of prison, and they was moving into these housing projects and low-income apartments with these young women on Section 8 with their babies. And they made it very clear in the contract way back then. No one can be living up in here that's a felon. No one can be living up in here that you don't have on your lease. So all they finna do right now, I'm gonna tell you what they gonna do. And I'm talking too much, and I'm gonna shut up and hang up after this. They going straight to the post office and seeing who been getting mail at that house. And then they gonna run their name through the system and see if they illegal. And if they illegal, they gonna come knocking on that door after they done served you this paperwork they finna serve you as of today. Schools wasn't open, banks, credit unions, mail, nothing operated today at a local, state, or federal level. There was no school for nobody. My son started school August 14th. A lot of people, other schools, don't go back after Labor Day no more. So it's been a lot of children in school. That's why you couldn't find a lot of stuff you was looking for. But going back to what you're saying, they just don't go to the post office. They gonna go through the welfare system, and they gonna see who was getting mail at these Section 8 and low income housing that was not on the lease and shouldn't have been there. And then they're gonna run their name through the system. And it don't matter if you're from Mexico, Honduras, Guatemala, China, Russia, Africa, wherever you are that you entered illegally, just an illegal entry is breaking the law. in the United States of America. So they finna move y'all out. But you got the chance, just like other people, you got a chance to self-deport. And you get $1,000 for doing it. That's much more than you would have than crossing over the border with nothing. So now you got a chance to get these people out your house before they come through, because they finna come through. Everybody complaining right now. Our commander-in-chief, Donald Trump, has not even been in office a whole year. And he making things happen. And people, he's shaking the tree and ruffling feathers. And people don't like it. My stat on it is, if you're not an American citizen, you should not be able to be in this country illegally and reap benefits that you won't even give to our veterans or our homeless person. You stepping over them. You stepping over them. All of us ain't got it good, but a good majority of us got it good. And if you would take more time out to take care of your American citizens first, we send billions of dollars to other countries, and they take that money and they don't even put it where it needs to be used. They take it for themselves. And Trump then came in and showing y'all who hand is caught in the cookie jar. And everybody want to be in an uproar. But I promise you, you can't go to their country and outstay your visit, your vacation, your nothing with it without them putting you out, without no uproar. So why everybody all upset over here? Because you done got people caught up in their feelings and their emotions. People done been here too long. See, now it's messing with the economy in Mexico because people scared to come outside because of ICE. So they not going to the check cashing places to send their money back to their country. So they countries are losing billions of dollars a year. Do you know how much people come into this country and take and send it to theirs and don't put nothing back in here? And we just fighting to stay afloat as Americans? No, they need to be gone. You entered this country illegally. And you want the benefits? They won't even give it to us as Americans. And I'm talking about your Democrats. They telling you right now, ain't no problem in Chicago. And they had 50 people shot over the weekend and 5 of them passed away. That ain't a problem. You don't want the National Guards to come in and assist? It did a great job in D.C. It could do it everywhere else. They don't want black on black crime to stop because it's a money bag for them. You got black on black crime, then you got your gang unit. You got your narco unit. You got your public defenders and your district attorneys and stuff doing RICOs on people that it shouldn't even be on. Charging and following them and trying to fight them in court on stuff they know they gonna lose on. You should have went the other way when you went this way. Ain't you educated? Didn't you go to school and get a degree and not a certificate? You wasting taxpayers' money because you got to try to figure out to let them know where this money went because you didn't already took it and it wasn't yours to take. And now you mad at us as black people because we don't want to rock with y'all no more? They say you don't want nobody to know nothing. Put it in a book. Because you got too many people that ain't going to pick up a book and read it. It's in plain sight. They running amok. They step the American citizens and us as black people because they're funneling them into our communities. And we already underpoverished. Them Al Sharptons, them Jesse Jacksons, them Black Lives Matters, them Maxine Waters, all of them people, they don't care about us. They giving our monies to illegals. They housing them. They feeding them. And they ain't doing nothing for us. What is the matter? You afraid to speak up? This America. I may have a little bit of African blood in me from the motherland, from my ancestors being brought over here. But at the end of the day, I am a black American. I come from my ancestors that were hung from trees, that were raped and beaten, worked in fields and didn't get nothing but a broken back. I was blessed to speak, know, and remember my great-grandmother that came from slave ancestry, born in 1896. I'm born in 1969. No, I don't have no compassion for anybody that breaks into this country illegally because I can't do it in yours. My son say he going to the NFL. He 14. He doing this little thing. He's shucking and jiving. He said, Mama, where you want to go? He said, you can go anywhere. I'm going to go to the NFL. I'm going to take you around the world. I'm going to buy you a house. Where you want to go? I told him, son, I don't want to go nowhere outside of the United States. Why everybody breaking their neck to break in here? Why would I want to leave out of here? When you move your seat, you move your meat. That means you ain't got a spot once you get up. It's musical chairs, baby. That's what they playing with us. Them people in Chicago need help. Them our cousins. Them our people. They shut down them park, rec rooms and everything. Wouldn't let us be in them, but then opened them up and housed them to the illegals.
All right, now.
The illegals out there running amok.
All right, I want to say this. Somebody said blacks don't stand up. All they want to do is kill, fight, argue, and beg.
You don't know the blacks. We know the blacks. I know, baby, on acres. They down in Texas.
But there's a lot of blacks that they follow Whack 100 though.
The blacks I know, they about their business. The blacks I know, I don't know what blacks they know. Maybe that person need to get themselves intellectually educated by picking up some books and reading them and finding out what's going on.
But they say, them blacks, they be following Whack 100 though. Whack 100 got a lot of black people that, they be following this dude. And just like recently, it's a lot of people going against him. But I mean, for years, Whack got people following this nigga. You know what I mean? And they following the same, style of character between these people.
Listen to me.
That's in the light.
He did until you came on the scene because what they did to Mr. Marciano and Jay Reed. And you changed the whole narrative. Like, no, I know I'm an East Coast cat, but I just want y'all brothers on the West Coast to know this cat is fugazi. Because when I used to call in, I used to always say fugazi, and you would be like, no, it's fugazi. So no, you changed the narrative, and you gave people something else to look at it. Because everybody want to be loyal to where they're raised, they're born, or where they live in. Whatever going on, you want to be loyal until you show different. And you came on the scene and showed different, and you didn't fall out. You still been in here sticking it out. Respect, discipline, grinding is what we do over here. So I appreciate you for that. I ain't gonna hold you up. I appreciate you. Miss J holding it down. Y'all look cool. Y'all numbers should be up. Y'all look nice. Y'all really do. She look beautiful from a woman aspect, and you look handsome from a man aspect. So you guys, you look nice side by side on the screen like that. That looks nice because it gives two different perspectives of men and women being platonic. Y'all look nice.
I appreciate you, and we appreciate you calling in.
All right, baby. Later.
Right.
Bye, Queen.
Oh, she said bye.
So am I on delay?
Nah, you good. You good with you only on delay from her hearing it.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. When you hear her, you can hear it straight on when I hear it.
Okay.
You know what I'm saying? You know, how do you feel about what's going on with that?
You know, the one thing that comes to my mind is the children that have been born here.
Okay.
So I think that, right? So you talk about the household; they have 30 days to get out. You know, the owners are, if they don't comply, they could get arrested. They can get their vouchers taken. You know, all of that. So the place could be shut down. All that. But now I'm just wondering, when it's time to shut everything down, what's going on with these children that are there, that are actually legally, right? They're born here, or most of them are, you know. So what happens with them? And so that's what I think about when this topic comes up. I see both sides. I really can see both sides of, you know, the frustration of having people taking our resources from us here, but I also know how hardworking some of them are, right? Just like I know how there's some Black people that I don't want to be around. You know, there are some good Black people, but there are some ones I like. You know, Brandon off of No Jumper, and Bear or Boogie, or I don't be knowing all these names, but you know, Brandon. To me, he speaks real, and he talks about, you know, the things that a lot of Black people, you know, it's like power to the Black people and everything, and we all out here hurting each other, i.e. whack, you know. He's out here hurting and damaging people, his own people. So I see both sides of the coin here, but I'm just kind of concerned about these children that are actually legally.
And that's going to be a major issue because they're not even going to consider the kids.
They got to go.
When they come through snatching the adults, they not even going to consider the kids at all. And it's like, when I see these type of situations and we talk about the kids, it lets you know that they really don't care about what they, you know, want us to care about. They really don't care about that. They care about the structure and business. It's like the important things to them is structure and business and what's going on. But the kids and how, you know, we supposed to look at kids, and they not caring about that. They'll come wipe everything out and then figure where to put the kids in the foster home or something like that, and don't even care what happens. It's like if they want it a certain way, and I think that's bad, being honest. But us thinking it's bad ain't gonna change how they perceive
No,
things. And you
no.
know, like when they go to war in other countries, they'll harm the babies and everything.
Yep.
They don't care about the kids. It's
That's
not like, oh, let me set this kid to the side and I'm gonna knock this person's head off. They knocking the baby off. They
mm-hmm.
knocking everybody off. And it's like we're taught to care about certain things, but in certain situations, the world don't care about what we're taught to care about.
Yeah, yeah. Nope. So true. Those kids are gonna have to get out as well. I don't see that they're gonna make any kind of special exception or anything. And, I am from foster care system, and so that's why I guess I have that's on my heart a little. That's on my heart. Like, what's gonna happen with these kids?
Yeah, and that's like something that is bad, that they don't even care about what's going to go on with the kids. They just care about the agenda, and it's like, that is bad. But then, I think that, it's hard to say what they should focus on first. I'm not like in that field. So it's like, I can say, oh, they should go at, the drug people first to stop the people from bringing the drugs over. And, but then I say, well, maybe if they target this, that's what's gonna stop or cut down the drugs, because they targeting the illegals first. It's like, I don't know their exact mind state for that, but I mean, they just turning it up. And Trump said he was going to do this kind of stuff, but people don't take things serious until they happen.
He said it.
Yeah, like, people should have been trying to get their stuff together legally when they knew Trump was running. Like, that should have been the mission. I know it's probably harder to do it than me just saying it, but it's crazy. Really, we can have compassion for other lives and stuff like that, but not everybody has compassion for life.
No. I think they should start with the felons.
Okay.
I think that's a good start right there, right? They're actually they're over here. They have, and of course, there are probably a lot of people who've committed crimes that haven't been caught yet, but the ones who have there's a lot of them that are on probation, parole, in the jails. So starting there, and then maybe trying to give them a little bit more time to get things together. And you're right, he's been saying it from day one. So 30 days but just to kick in 30 days right now that's hard to me. I think that's hard.
It is rough.
But I have a question. So do you think when this happens, because I do think it's going to happen, it sounds like it's going to happen.
30 days.
30 days.
Right. And listen, we already know when he says something like this, he mean it. I can see it now. It's going to be crazy. From what we just seen with ICE going around doing what they was doing,
yeah,
they're preparing a plan to infiltrate all the housing authorities, and it's gonna be crazy. I can see it now. And what I would say to anybody that is in there illegal, start preparing yourself. Don't get caught sitting there thinking that you gonna hide out in the room. Don't think that you gonna hide in the room, because they are gonna have a full plan to blitz this shit.
Yeah, 30 days means 30 days. And I would be 29 days if it was me.
Yeah. Like, and I think some people like ignore these type of signs. That the man is saying it, and he done put it all the way out there. I think some people like ignore these signs until it's too late. Like this should be preparing. Like, you know, if the people that were here illegal were smart, right? You got to just take the risk and go back and then try to come back legal instead of waiting to get put out and then they don't want to give you the opportunity to come back legal. You know, I would say that, like, you know, to anybody that's here illegal, go ahead and go back to where you're from and work to get back legal so that they don't put you out and then they don't let you come back at all.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, but some people be like, you know, thinking that they can hide. You know, right now, I don't think too many people are hiding. They got the system designed to find you. It's like, you know, they're thinking way ahead of what we're thinking, you know, because I'm telling you, they do studies on our brains. And they study our brains to know how we think and, you know, the direction that we're going in. And we don't even understand it. We just thinking and moving. They doing studies. They got people that go and they do certain things to study the movement and how you going to think. And I think that the blitz is going to be crazy. And I think we're going to be seeing a similar situation like we just seen.
Yeah. Well, Trump, and you know how he was talking about the wall.
Yeah.
So this been a mission. This is something he's been doing. And I'm going to tell you, I feel like he didn't get that wall that he wanted. And I don't think he hasn't stopped since. He's always had, this has been his goal. And this is going to be his goal while he's in office.
Right. Okay, we got a caller calling in. SBGB TV, it's a live call-in show. What's poppin'?
What's up, DEEZY? I just want to say that, first of all, like the last comment said, y'all do look good and your numbers should be up there. And the whole thing with the like old girl say, I want to completely agree with her. I mean, it's almost like you damned if you do, you damned if you don't. On one hand, you know, yeah, it's sad they breaking up families or whatever, but I mean, like somebody breaking into somebody's house to feed their family because they don't have nothing. You know what I mean? It's a gesture, an honorable gesture, because you'll do anything to feed your family, but at the end of the day, you're still a thief. You know what I mean? And right is right and wrong is wrong. And just because you done got away with wrong for so long, don't make it right. You know what I mean? So, I mean, and I ain't gonna lie, you know, I'm an African-American man and I'm married to a legal Mexican woman. So, you know, in my household, the conversation is real diverse. You know what I mean? Because I stand on what I stand on, and righteously so, she's going to stand on what she stands on. But I try to get her to understand, like, you know, it's ways to do everything, you know, and, you know, like I teach my kids, you know, we all got consequences. We all got decisions. And when you make a decision, you got to stand on the consequence, you know, good or bad. So I completely agree with her. She made a damn good statement when she brought up the ancestries or whatever, you know, because, you know, I got a black, my grandfather is actually a black man and he married a Mexican woman. And, you know, my grandfather comes from Shreveport, Louisiana. He came down here because, you know, some things, he was raised back in the days or whatever, but my grandfather literally couldn't read or write. I remember being a kid, you know, having him to go sign my field trip slip, and it looked like chicken scratch. And I thought my little cousin did it. And I got on my little cousin, going, oh, no, it was me. I did it. I'm like, oh, okay, whatever. But saying that to say, like, you know, our people, you know, they fought. You know, they fought with little to no education. And my grandfather died a millionaire. You know what I mean? But he worked for every dollar that he got. A little black boy coming from St. Joe, Louisiana, and like she said, you know, these people coming out here from different countries, they getting our housing, getting our all of this kind of stuff, and you know, our people literally had to fight, scrape, die, you know, like you know, one of the things I don't agree with everything he say, but I agree with a lot of stuff. Like Charleston White said, you know, and he brought it to my attention. Even going through school, I never even learned this. They used to feed our babies to alligators, as bait, and stuff like that. Like so, we still ain't been paid back for that. So yeah, I don't know if this will make me worse hated, but I agree with Trump. Get all them MFers that ain't supposed to be here, get them up out of here, man, because it's too much going on. I feel sad for the peoples or whatever, but if I did something wrong, wouldn't nobody give a shit about my fan? This ain't tit for tat, but it's right or wrong. People gonna hold me accountable, so other people need to be held accountable. But if that even makes sense, but I'm gonna let y'all do. I'm gonna let y'all do y'all thing, man, and y'all do look good. And man, shit, let's take this to the top, man. Y'all be good,
man. Hey, listen, I appreciate you calling in, and you calling in having a Mexican wife. That was strong there, my brother. And I respect your opinion on that. And you was just real. The way you saying it, you are living in the house with a Mexican woman that's here illegally, and you saying y'all have different opinions on the situation, but you stand on your opinion and she stand on her opinion, and you feel, listen, this how it should be, but she ain't got nothing to worry about because she here legally. But the illegals, you feel like they definitely should be held accountable.
Yeah, I mean, yeah. It's bittersweet, but yeah. I mean, they have to. Like your last caller said. I mean, see, where they letting us come to countries and get away from our oppression and our whatever we going through? Ain't nobody letting us nowhere. Man, if we ain't got the United States, I mean, shit, we really ain't got nothing. We can't go back to Africa. We can't go, to Spain, Europe. We definitely can't go to Mexico. You know what I mean? Where do we go? You know what I mean? Like, so this really all we got. When you really think about it, because like I said, the Africans over there, they ain't accepting us whitewash, watered down, Negroes from over here. They don't even like us. We don't even like us. You know what I mean? I mean, like, it's just, it's a very controversial, messy, confusing situation, confusing topic. Like I said, you damned if you do, you damned if you don't. So with this, I'm gonna just have to do what's right. And I'm all for it. Trump want to extend the wall, make it higher, make it longer, do it. You know what I mean? Trump want to send in that. I got 6 kids. I just, I'm 44 years old. I got a 9-month-old son. I hit the reset button. My oldest daughter is 26 years old this year. 50 people getting killed. Like, man, I'm like this, man. I'm raising my kids to be good, accountable, respectable, model citizens for the world. I just ask everybody else out there, please don't raise your kids to kill mine. Please, please, please. I mean, besides all of this, the whole ICE thing or whatever, like we really got to do better. I mean, we got our babies is killing each other. They killing each other, and so far as like I said, I'm 44 years old, so I came up in the 80s and the 90s. You know what I mean? And we done got older. A lot of us that got older that put a lot of this stuff out here, and now we starting to see the way. Like, dang, we probably really messed up. I mean, but it's passed down from generation to generation. But we just got to do better. That's the one thing I fear. I don't fear a Mexican killing my son or white or whatever. I feel somebody that look like him is going because, like I said, I'm black. My wife is Mexican, so my son is half black, half Mexican. But when you look at my son, you don't see a Mexican. You see a little black boy. You know what I mean? And we just got to do better, man, for these babies, for our golden years. I mean, damn, we done did a number on this thing, man, and we got to find some way to shake it back. But you had said something earlier today, DEEZY, on another live that you had, and you were like, man, it ain't no going back. It is how it is. We done made it. It's never gonna go back. We're gonna have to find a new way or nothing, because we never gonna hold hands and kumbaya in the middle of the field or whatever. We hate each other too much. But we're gonna have to figure this out, man. We're gonna have to figure this out because it's bad, man. 50 people, that's in Chicago. When y'all was talking, I thought y'all was talking about all the stuff that happened in LA. LA, they had like 10, 20 people get killed, get shot, and I think like 2 of them died. You know, just this past weekend. So I mean, it's an overkill, man. I mean, enough is enough. Damn, you
Yeah,
know.
I
But
agree.
yeah, you do your thing, man. Y'all doing good. I'm here to support. I'm with you damn near every night, DZ, whether you know it or not, man.
Hey, listen, bro. I appreciate you calling in, man.
I was
And I
Yes,
want to.
sir.
appreciate your support.
Yes,
Hold on, bro.
yes, sir.
I
Okay.
want. I wanted to know about your family members. I mean, your your in-laws, and is there are your family or your? I'm wondering if your wife is concerned about her family members that possibly are in this position.
All right, so I don't know if you heard her, but she wants to know about your wife's family members and the in-laws, and what position are they in behind this? How do they feel?
Okay. No, I couldn't hear anything she was saying, but my wife, she's really not too worried about it because I mean she was born and raised out here, but her mom, you know, matter of fact, she was just telling me a story a couple of weeks ago about how she was at the grocery store and they had pulled up on her trying to get her, but it wasn't just her, it was a couple of other ones, so she was able to like kind of get away from them, you know what I mean? And like that's what I mean. And she was telling me about it. And like, it's kind of like I said, damned if you do, it's mixed emotions there. Because now you're talking about somebody that's a part of my family. Because, you know, I do love my mother-in-law and, you know, I care about her a great deal. So to hear about it, you know, like I said, it's mixed emotions. It's like, damn, Ma, I'm sorry you had to go through that. But still, on the other hand, I still, you know, this is where the conflict come in. I still stand on what I stand on. You know what I mean? I mean, even if it was like I'm talking about my son a lot. Even if it was my son, if my son came home and raped, beat, killed, and pillaged the whole village, I would tell my son, you got to go turn yourself in, man, or you got to go do this. You know what I'm saying? I would tell him to do the right thing. So I don't want to be biased to the situation. You know, I'm never going to encourage wrong. You know, I'm never gonna turn my back on my peoples or whatever. Well, I'm getting way off the topic, but it's very mixed emotions, you know, because you know I stand on, and I've thought about it in that sense too. You know, just luckily, you know, I'm blessed and highly favored to where I don't have an illegal wife, but I thought about it like, dang, what if they came and took my wife or whatever? I mean, yeah, it would hurt or whatever, but then, I mean, there's ways to do everything. You just got to do it the right way. You know, a lot of this stuff, you know, oh, they work hard, they do this, that's why they out here, they do it. They don't work, man, we built this country, but what I'm saying is, if you work in that damn hard, well, do it the right way. It's the way to do anything. You know, they're not saying that, hey, y'all can't never come over here, but it's a reason why you have to go through the channels that you have to go through to become a legal citizen or this and that. You know, we got spies, we got terrorists, you know, we got taxes, we got, you know, it's a lot of stuff, you know, it's a lot of stuff that has to be accounted for. And when you got thousands and hundreds of people just coming over here illegally, you know what I mean? It kind of throws a wrench in the whole thing. And you know what I'm saying? We was already screwed before we even started having to deal with this problem. We was just working on our 40 acres and a mule, you know, trying to shake that out the tree. And then now here we come. We still get pushed on the back burner because now we got to worry about this and ice and all this kind of stuff. And it's just a big mess. It's a cesspool of mess, you know, and it ain't just the people, you know, it's the politicians too, you know, because they can do more. They can do less. You know, the Democrats, the Republicans, you know, it's all part of the system. You know, we all got an opinion. And the only way we going to fight this, man, not even just as black, whites, Mexican, I'm talking all of us, not as color, but as people. You know, we run this. We just don't know it. If we all come together, that saying that people say, oh, you got 5 fingers and alone they're nothing, but you ball them up into a fist, you strike a mighty blow. We just got to come together as a people, set race aside, which I don't see that happening, you know, because even like I said, politicians keep that going. They try to psych everybody out like, oh, we're trying to erase the color lines. They keep like, oh, girl, all of it is money. All of it is greed and money. And this world world is going to hell with gasoline draws on fast, because don't nobody care about righteousness, whether you believe or don't believe. Don't nobody really have religion. You know, this is the time of my life. Like, I'm 44 years old. I ain't seen it all, but I done seen enough. You know what I mean? I have never in my life until this time of my era met so many atheists, so many people that don't believe in God, so many people that speak against God. I don't know. Maybe it's always been out there like that. It's just we got the internet now, so I can see it more. But like, it just blows my mind with just everything, not just the Mexicans, you know, just everything, the religion, how people talk about religion, and just, you know, everybody is so carefree. You know, sometimes real, you could be too real. You know what I mean? And too much of anything is bad for you. You know, let's stop being real and let's just start telling the truth. You know what I mean? And maybe we could get somewhere. Because this being real thing, this shit ain't getting us nowhere. Everybody is real. Young Thug was real. You know, 6ix9ine was real. Whack at one point in time was real. You know, everybody is real. Forget this real shit, and let's just tell the truth. That's, you know, I mean, I know it sounds commercial, but we're gonna have to start loving each other. We're gonna have to. I don't know why we hate each other, where that came from, but we're gonna have to, like I keep saying, we just gonna have to. It's frustrating. I remember one day I woke up and I had to call my mom. You know, this is some years ago, but I woke up and I don't feel like I'm better than nobody else, because I got. You know, the only thing is I don't have no skeletons in my closet. You know, I don't Pimp C when he say this. You know, if you're ashamed of what you do, stop doing what you do. Now, I ain't do everything right, but, you know, it ain't nothing that I've done that I'm ashamed of. You know, it might not all have been right, but I remember one day I woke up and I just went outside and I could just see, you know, I don't know if I had an epiphany or whatever, but I could just see, you know, all the people. You know, it was bigger than just this world and politics, blacks, white. You know, I just seen all the people that wasn't going to make it. And it was overwhelming. It had overwhelmed my spirit, just like strange people walking by. And I'm like, Lord, oh my gosh, I got to tell these people about you. I got to tell these people, you know, because it's so many people that are not going to make it. And I had to call my mom, because she's very, you know, into the Bible and into the word. I'm crying. I'm like, Mom, I don't know why I'm crying, but it hurt. I'm looking at the world and I'm just seeing how many people are not going to make it. And I feel like I got to tell everybody. And she calmed me down and said, well, you know, that ain't your battle. You know, the Lord say that ain't your battle. You know, you just do what you can do or whatever. But what I'm saying is, you know, we still worried about the wrong thing. At the end of the day, this is about getting close to God and making sure when you leave when you leave here with your one-way ticket, because it ain't no coming back. You know, man, that your house is clean and you straight with God. I don't care about no immigrants. I don't care about no politics. See, people are living for the world. They forgot, man, that you got to die one day. That's the one thing. I don't care if you're black, white, Asian, whatever. You know, you got to die one day, man. And everybody is trying to impress the world and do everything for the world and for the world, and they lost it, man. It's not at the end of the day. Like, I'm not a good husband because that's what makes a good man. I'm not a good father because at the end of the day, I do everything that I do because when I take my final rest, I do everything I got to do to get to heaven. I don't do everything I got to do to be a good wife, or be a good husband, or be a good father. Now, being a good husband ain't just going to get you into heaven, but I'm pretty sure that's part of it. So I'm a good husband because I'm a righteous man. I'm a God-fearing man. And everything that I'm saying might not be right. I still got a lot of learning to do. But, you know, I feel like I'm on the right path and headed in the right direction. And I just want everybody to get there. And y'all, you know, I know, you know, everybody don't have the same belief as me, but I'm telling you, Jesus is the key, and we not going to get this thing right. You know, we can't do nothing right without God. We got to have God, and you got to know Jesus to get to God. And I'm just saying, y'all, we got to do better, man. We got to do better. We got to, you know, forget EBT and Section 8, man. We got to start feeding each other, man. We got to start helping. You know, we got to start helping each other. We relying on the government, man. We used to do that, but you know, unfortunately, I wasn't never raised in an era with people, but I've heard about it from my grandparents and you know, my ancestors and you know, my elder generation, you know, how they used to look out for each other and take out. And I'm like, dang, you know, I was born in the wrong, well, you know, God don't make mistakes, but I like to say, you know, I was born in the wrong era. You know, I should have been born in the slavery days. You know what I mean? Like I look at it, it's just like, I mean, that was probably something ignorant to say, but I'm just passionate about what I'm saying. I don't have enough time to get all my thumb trying to say a lot in a little bit of time, so it might not come out exactly the way that I'm saying it. But hopefully, you guys understand the gist of what I'm saying. You know what I mean? And y'all don't got to worry about me because I'm one of the good ones. And if I see your son out there, I'm not going to try to kill him. You know what I'm saying? I'm going to reach my hand out and I'm going to try to help him or do whatever I can do. So this is one black man that y'all don't got to worry about. And hopefully we got plenty of others, black men and women. If I see my black sister out there, I ain't gonna try to rape her or rob her or nothing. I'm gonna help her across the street. You know what I'm saying? So we just all gotta get there. Y'all get what I'm saying, but I don't want to keep rambling. Let y'all do y'all thing, man.
Man, I appreciate you calling in, bro, and you definitely, gave your opinion on it. It's all respect, my brother.
Yes, sir. You have a good one, DZ.
All right, you too, my brother.
All right.
Yeah, I mean, definitely gave his opinion, and I really like that. He called in having a woman in the household that was Mexican. You know what I'm saying? So it was like he has both sides of it in the household. So I do like that he called and gave his opinion, and how he even spoke about the mother. I definitely like that he gave his opinion on that. And I wish more people would call in and give their opinion, because I'm sure it's people here now that are watching that have family members that might be going through the same thing. But it's better when you able to speak out and give your opinion, because a lot of people be upset but they don't want to speak out and give their opinion. Like you gotta be an adult. So if you watching and you got an opinion on this, speak out. Let us hear it, because you might be able to deliver something and say something to be able to have people understand from your point of view, why you feel the way you feel, so that's how I feel on that.
Yeah, no, he was real. I like that. He was real.
Yeah. Okay, we got another caller calling into right now. SBGB TV, it's a live call-in show. What's poppin', Jay?
What's going on, SB?
What's good with you, my brother?
All right, hey, say hello to your co-host.
Okay, she said, hey.
Yeah. Hey, SB, check it out, man. What did Richard Pryor say back in the day, man, about when they first started coming over here? And I know you know what he said.
Nah, tell us, let the people know.
He said they got some new ninjas.
Okay.
You know what I'm saying?
Okay.
Now, when they first started coming over here, right, it was cheap labor. They was doing all the farming and whatever, right? And now they moving into the mainstream, and they starting to get into other areas of businesses and stuff like that, in construction and development. They doing a lot, and they starting to tap into some real money.
Okay.
And back then they've been coming over here for they started in the 70s, in the early 70s. So you figure that's 30 plus 25. That's 55 years that they've been, migrating over here. So, and they have built up a huge economy over here. They have a pretty good voting block, and they have a big economy.
Yeah.
And I think I think they're more or less the minority now. I think it's more of them over here than African Americans, the ones that originally that was over here.
Okay.
I think we might be about 12 or 13%. They up to 20%.
So you think that they came over and definitely overpopulated the African Americans?
Oh, it's definitely more of them over here than us. We definitely been we definitely are outnumbered.
Okay.
You know, if you add the legals with the illegals, we definitely outnumbered. And really, you don't know what the actual number is. You can't believe what they tell you on TV. I think that's why Trump is doing what he's doing, because he knows that number that they're reporting is much higher than what it really is.
Okay.
You know, and another thing is, when I see them, right, I'm not bashing anybody. I'm just giving my opinion. People do. I'm not. It's not political. It's not racist and none of that stuff. But you go on a job site, they only hire. Mostly you'll see on a job site, mostly them, and the company is owned by them. I don't know if they Mexicans or whatever country they're from, but I know a lot of them speak Spanish. And I've seen places where they have built huge buildings, and 90% of the workforce is them. You know what I mean? They all speak Spanish. You don't even think you're in America when you see them getting off from work. Everybody is Hispanic. I mean, now, like I said, I'm not bashing anybody. I'm not being racist, none of that. I'm just telling you what I see.
Understandable.
You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And, now, sometimes I feel some type of way. I was like, but damn, why could they have, why they don't have, a few African Americans working, and then you see the white hats, and you know what the white hats stand for. You know who they are on the job site. So, I mean, I think a lot of people, don't want to say anything. They don't want to be racist. But a lot of people feel some type of way, like Blue Chicken. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
A lot of people feel that way. I mean, and Blue Chicken was speaking facts. I'm not a real Trump fan, but she was speaking facts about how a lot of people feel. They just don't say it. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, understandable.
So, but how do you really feel about that situation? You see it. I'm sure you see it in your travels, in your business.
Yeah, with me, I feel like I said before, if you're here in the country illegal, you shouldn't be here. I do feel like that, but like we said, it's bad that the kids gotta suffer from the situation, but I don't have any control on how they do the operation. And if they say they're gonna do the operation, they're gonna do the operation. And what I say is, from the people hearing it from me, if you are here illegal, remove yourself so that you can come back legally, and don't wait to get removed so that you can't come back legally.
But that's not going to happen.
And listen,
that's not gonna happen.
And that's why I say, that's something that they're going to have to deal with. That right there, it doesn't affect me, but all I can do is give you the advice. If it was me and I was living in another country and I seen that this was happening, I would prepare myself and try to get things straight. But a lot of people don't take advantage of it. They paying you $1,000 to go ahead and go and then work your way back.
Yeah. What was that guy in Superfly, right? And what was his name? It was Superfly and the other guy. What was his name? You remember his name?
What happened?
And Superfly said, "Look, man, I got a way for us to get out. We made this money. Let's get out the game, right?" And you know what he told him?
What?
I ain't going.
He said he ain't going.
No, I'm telling you, if I was in that situation, they would have to catch me straight up.
And that's what majority, probably all of them, are saying. So what's gonna come out of that. They gonna find you.
Right, but they already they knew that when they crossed the border, that they was taking a chance, and once they got over here, they knew, hey, now I gotta stay, free.
Yeah.
I gotta stay under the radar. You know, that's you know, hey, that's part of the game. You know, they come over here and they know now, hey, I'm over here now. Now I got to stay out the way because I know once I come over here illegally, they looking for me.
Yeah.
You know, and then you got a lot of the mules coming over here. You know what I'm saying? It's more than just coming over here looking for a job. You know, and that's what Trump is saying too. They bringing over here other stuff too. They not just coming over here to work. You know, they have tunnels and houses and all, you know what I'm saying? It's all kinds of stuff, man. It's you gotta look at the whole picture. You know, it's a bigger picture than just people coming over here wanting a job.
Yeah, you want to say anything to him, JAMEEKS?
No, no, I get that. I'm just trying to. How difficult is it to become a U.S. citizen? You know, like to come over here legally. Like, I was trying to do a little research. I know you get a green card. I mean, but I don't know.
SB, was you saying something else?
Nah, she was saying, she was just talking. She didn't have anything. She was just talking to me. But yeah, is it something that you want to say else, brother?
Oh no, SB, I ain't gonna hold you, man. You know, like I said my little piece, and I'm good, bro.
Hey, man, and I appreciate you calling in, Jay, most definitely.
Hey. Yeah, I like what you got going on, man.
Yeah, listen, man, we working, we trying to build and grow, man.
Yeah, good look, bro.
Yes, sir, man. I appreciate you calling in too.
Okay, SB, be cool, bro.
Yes, sir. Okay, what was you saying?
So how difficult is it to, so I never get a green card. Like if I wanted to be I would get my green card but is it what's this? What's going on? I mean, I know they're escaping because life is a little better over here. I get all that, but why not do it the legal way,
Yeah, and I think some people says, it takes long and the respond time and the process. I think it's the process is kind of like difficult to a certain extent, and we got a caller calling in. We're gonna see what they say. SBGB TV, it's a live calling show.
Salute, G. I've been boiling to get on the show to talk to you about this, man.
Okay, what's good with you, my brother?
Yeah, man. Salute to everybody. You know what I'm saying? This is your boy Cash Bags, man. And just to touch on a few of the questions old girl was talking about, how hard it is. Just to touch base on that, just because that was the last thing she was saying. First off, of course, just to let you know, I'm an American. I'm originally from Morocco, right? And my family are all citizens, and they all did it the right way. They came through back in the 70s and 80s, got their papers, but it's not as easy as people think it is. Like just touch base on what she's saying, how hard it is, to apply and come to this country. First off, it's a 10-year process. You know what I'm saying? If you were to do it and push your paperwork and say, hey, I want to apply and come to America. Nobody got 10 years to sit around and wait and hope and pray that they pick up their application. You see what I'm saying?
Okay.
It's not that easy. You pump the application, you put down like $5,000. You know what $5,000 is in all these overseas countries? You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
That's like the world to them. You know what I'm saying? And that's just to say, I'll see you in 10 years and I hope that I pick up your application. That's number one. So of course, the next step is just to be like, yo, F it, you know what I'm saying? I'm just gonna jump over this border and see where my luck takes me. If I'm able to get married to somebody or if I'm able to get sponsored by a job. That's the only two ways you can get residency and become legal in America once you jump over the border, by the way. There's no other way except asylum. You see what I'm saying? Like there's a war-torn country. You see what I'm saying? You can apply for it overseas. Let's just say like a country like Afghanistan. You know what I'm saying? You can apply for asylum and they'll give you proper documentation to come over here legally. But if you don't have a war-torn country, you can forget about it. You're gonna sit eating dirt and rocks. You know what I'm saying? I mean, just to give the background to people, right? Because I I have homes back in Morocco. I have businesses all over the world. You know what I'm saying? And I'm not saying this to flaunt. I'm saying this to let you know I'm globally, like, I understand the globe. I understand the rules of the world. So to make a long story short, look at, I'm just going to point this out to everybody. Everybody knows Dubai. You know, look at that beautiful country. You think the Emirates built that country? Nah, their money did. But it was the immigrants from Pakistan, the immigrants from India, and some of the immigrants from the Middle Eastern countries that built all them high-rise buildings. You see what I'm saying? And now all those immigrants are very successful, and those are the ones that have those construction companies and everything else. But Dubai gave them a chance. You see what I'm saying? They let them in illegally. They're like, hey, look, you don't get in any trouble. You do your work. You get your papers after 5 years. You see what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. And that's what they did. And they did, because, you know, over in the Emirates in Dubai, they don't play that shit. They'll cut your hand off or cut your head off if you fuck around. You see what I'm saying? I mean, I'm just letting you know just how other countries strategize to make immigration possible and legal without it making it a long-filled dream. Just like Europe. Who built Europe? You know what I'm saying? And who runs Europe right now? It's all the immigrants from Africa. You know what I'm saying? They all immigrated there and came in there illegally. Do you think them French, Europeans built that stuff or running, you know, the farms? Nah, not in Italy, not in Germany, not nowhere. Yeah, they're tightening up now in Europe because I see you have a UK member here in the chat. You know what I'm saying? But, you know, there has to be a simpler program. You see what I'm saying? To give these people a chance. Hey, look, you haven't gotten in any trouble. You know what I'm saying? We'll put you on a probationary visa status. You see what I'm saying? You know, you have to give these people some kind of leverage that made it over here and have not gotten any, not even gotten, let's say, a speeding ticket, just like what she was saying, like the felons and stuff like that. I don't mean to just keep on talking, being long-winded. You know what I'm saying? Because I was talking about the other caller that was talking about 40 acres and a mule. You ain't never going to see that, homie. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, but in the end of the day, my G, without having immigrants, which is modern day slavery, the economy cannot shift as properly and as smoothly as a well-maintained machine, because you buy low, you sell high. And your last caller that was talking about, oh man, you know, they have these construction companies, but they be hiring their own. I'm gonna tell you something. I have many properties, and guess what? I live right outside the DC area, and I always got properties that are getting developed. And these are the guys. I don't hire them because they're cheap. No, sir. I hire them because they're reliable. They're there at 7:30 a.m. and they leave at 6. They were there today working on one of my properties on their own because they want to finish up the project. But see, when I had, and I'm going to tell you, of course, I'm an African from Morocco, mind you. You know what I'm saying? I'm what you call red bone in the end of the day. I had a black-owned company give me an estimate on one of my properties a few weeks ago. This guy comes in at, let's say, 60% higher than all the other companies. And he's just like all laid back. And he's just like, yeah, well, we're going to, and this project won't start for like another, month or two. You know what I'm saying? Like, look, let me tell you something. Tyrone is he's not reliable. You know what I'm saying? Tyrone is not going to be there day in and day out. He might be there for the first week. The next week he's going to start cutting off. You know what I'm saying? Off the gig is what I'm saying. So that's why sometimes you don't see a lot of black males working with them, is because they can't keep up with that energy level. You know what I'm saying? They're more laid back. They want stuff to be like, yo, let's chill for a minute. Instead of a 45-minute lunch break or an hour lunch break, they want to take an hour and a half lunch break because it's hot out there. But now homeboy's got his little sombrero on, and he's doing it on his own. You don't even got to tell him. You know what I'm saying? Because he knows he's getting paid by the job, not getting paid by the hour. You see what I'm saying? So he wants to knock it out as quick as possible. Man, anything that you want to ask about immigration, bro, I can lay it to you just like I was Goop. Like, man, I'll give you all the facts on it, G.
Hey, man, and I appreciate you calling in and giving us your opinion and letting us know what you know about the immigration situation, most definitely.
Yeah, thanks for the.
But one more thing I want to lay you out with. You know what I'm saying? And I want to leave your callers out with this. You know what I'm saying? In the end of the day, it's not just the immigration portion that people are getting hit off with. You see, as an example, my mother's a senior citizen. She gets Social Security disability. She's worked her years, just like every other senior that should have qualifies for it, right? Well, guess what? Our current president is cutting all the benefits down and lower. You know what I'm saying? And these are people that live on fixed income. So it's not just the immigrants that are getting affected. It's the American citizens as well. You know what I'm saying? So we got to keep that in mind.
Okay.
And that touches home. You know what I'm saying? If your child is on disability, if your spouse is on disability, all those benefits are getting cut, my man. You know what I'm saying? I don't care how big of an American citizen, how many generations you've been here in America, you're still going to get affected by this administration one way or another. You know what I'm saying? And if you're not, then you're in a great position.
Okay. Yeah. Hey, listen, man. That's what we need. People to call in and give those solid opinions and the information. And we can assess it like that. But people calling and speaking out, gives us something to go on. And like you said, they're cutting the benefits of people, American citizens, as well as doing what they're doing, trying to remove the illegal immigrants. So it's a lot going on. It's definitely gonna change the way things are.
Absolutely. And then in the end of the day, let's just say Trump's generation and his family, they all came in here illegally. You know what I'm saying? Ain't nobody apply for that shit. They didn't have the internet, and nor as hell did they have mail that was coming in here and out of here regularly to apply for a visa or a work or any kind of immigration status. So how was it okay for them to do it back then, and it's not okay for this generation to do it now? You know what I'm saying? When it was all right for them to do it in the 40s and 50s and 30s, but now it's a big problem when the Irish were coming in here in droves and the Italians were coming in here in droves, and all them Europeans. Oh, now that other foreigners, let's just say the Latinos, are coming in here, now it's a big problem. You see what I'm saying? Like, I'm just lacing that out there. You see what I'm saying? Like, I mean, It is what it is at this point. Because who built New York? Wasn't it the Irish? Wasn't it the Italians?
Okay.
I mean, a fact is a fact, homie. You know what I'm saying? We can't overlook that. It's just, you buy low, you sell high, and whoever is the new person and the lowest in the totem pole is the one that's going to sit here, and we're going to get the least amount of labor out of them. We're going to pay them fairly, and that's what we agreed upon. It's a business deal. What you agree upon is what you get, and that's what it is. You know what I'm saying? You're not cheating them out of something you agreed upon with them on, but you get somebody else, they ain't going to do that work for that for that price. You see what I'm saying? I mean, I'm just telling you how business works. I don't have to tell you. You already know it because you've been around business. It's just some people have to understand that. And guess what? Milk ain't getting no cheaper, and neither are eggs. So I don't know what the fuck they're complaining about anyway. They talking about all this shit, and the grocery bills are still getting higher since he's been in office.
Things happen. Yeah, man. It's definitely, a time. This time is changing, and we seeing a lot of different things. We want things to be a certain way, but, they doing what they doing, man, and we just really can't do nothing about it, but we can speak about it. But they gonna do what they gonna do. The milk gonna go up, the eggs gonna go up, gas gonna go up. That's something we can't control. But if you hear illegal, you better get it right, because they not playing right now.
Yeah, all day. You know what I'm saying? And people keep on saying, we came here as slaves. We didn't have a choice. No, your ancestors were the ones that came here as slaves, and unfortunately, they sacrificed themselves for us to have a better life. May it be, in any country that was that were slaves. You know what I'm saying? Because people came as slaves from Brazil. People came from slaves that it wasn't just Africa, but now you better yourself. You see what I'm saying? Don't expect it to be like, oh, no, my that's owed to me. You know what I'm saying? Because we were promised 40 acres and a mule. Nah, man, forget about the 40 acres and a mule. Let me go get me 80 acres and 2 mansions. You know what I'm saying? That way I got the opportunity of doing it here when people don't have the opportunity. Because
you breaking up.
My bad, man. I'm gonna let you go though, man. You know what I'm saying?
I appreciate you calling in, bro.
All right, G. Later.
Yeah. JAMEEKS, how you feel?
Yeah. So do you feel like it's just one group being targeted right now?
Yes. I can't lie. It is one group. No, I do feel like it's one group that's being targeted, but I hear that they're adding, the other ethnicities as well. But I don't know. But all we hear about is one.
I know. So yeah, I hear one group right now, but I love the callers are calling in and educating me because of course I knew about marriage. That was one way of becoming a U.S. citizen, but the process, I did not realize the process was that long and that much. So now I understand why people are just
10 years and a lot of paperwork, and you got to wait for the acceptance of the
I
application.
didn't understand that.
Is a lot. Somebody calling in now. SBGB TV. SBGB TV. It's a live call-in show. What's poppin'?
Hey, what's up with you, man? How you guys doing?
What's going on, brother?
Not much, man. My name is Demetrius. Calling from Vegas. But I was just listening to the last guy that was on, basically talk about the 40 acres and a mule and all that. My thing is, it's like a lot of this stuff is out of our hands. So therefore, we could talk all day about the immigration and all that. But my conclusion is, we all as like-minded people that's pushing for positive stuff. And the number one thing is looking out for the kids. If we can all come together, we can make something happen whether you're brown, black, yellow, it doesn't matter. It's just time for the people to come together. You know what I mean?
Okay.
And a lot of people's circumstances is not like other people, like say for example, like mine. My sister passed away, and I'm taking care of her 5 kids.
Sorry to hear
that. So it pushed me back, like financially, but at the same time, it pushed me forward mentally, because now I'm like, okay, what else I need to do to help provide for my family? You know what I mean? Instead of just sitting around waiting for a 1-month government check or whatever and all this stuff, I said, you know what? Forget all about the food stamps and all that. I'm gonna go out here and grind it out, and ever since then, it's been going on 8 years since I had them. And man, it's just been a blessing because it helped me grow. But just to get back with the immigration stuff, I've seen it all, man. I've seen, I worked around a lot of Hispanics and stuff like that. But to my Hispanic people, man, they will treat you the same way they treat us. And I want them to know that, because I worked around some where they thought there was like Caucasian people, they had that Caucasian mind thinking. But at the end of the day, they're going to look at them just like they look at us. You know what I mean? So, as people, man, if we could just come together and just try to work this stuff out instead of looking up to the government and all this, and we can make it.
Yeah.
DEEZY, ask him how.
Any
ideas of how we?
All right.
Say it again, JAMEEKS.
Can you ask him how any?
No, I was just saying that we could just all come together as a people.
Hold on. I want to ask you something from the co-host.
Yeah.
But you can't hear. So say it again for me, JAMEEKS. Let me hear it. Say.
Any ideas what he thinks how we can come together? Because I mean,
Is it any ideas how you think we can come together?
Man, you know what? To be straight up blunt and honest with you, this generation, what we're going through right now, got to go off. They got to go away. Their mind thinking, because I'm an '80s baby.
Yeah, me too. I understand what you're saying when you say this.
Yeah, so it's like, man, you know, when I went outside to play, man, you know, my grandmother didn't have to watch over me because there was other people in the community watching, you know, looking at the bus and stuff like that. And it's not like that no more. Everybody just for themselves. So, like I say, once again, just to be blunt, I think this generation got to go away.
Yeah, you said it got to be this. It got to go past to the next generation then.
Yes. Yeah. So, and hopefully the next generation will learn from what this generation is going through and not be copycats and just pick back up with the common sense and having morality, having morale, you know?
Is there anything else you want to ask him, JAMEEKS?
No, I think that's it. He said it all.
Okay, bro. Yes, sir. Is there anything else you want to say, bro? Hey, caller.
I'm sorry about that. My phone went out for a minute.
Okay.
But that was it, man. I appreciate you. I was just watching you get on some heads, man, on your last other videos, man. I love your podcast and stuff, man. Hey, just keep up the good work, brother.
And I appreciate you calling in, and I definitely appreciate the support, brother.
Yep, no problem, bro. You take care.
Sir, you too.
All right.
Yeah, man, if you haven't hit the like button yet, you know, we appreciate it. Smash that like button and subscribe to the channel if you haven't subscribed to the channel. Yeah, the last caller there says we gotta get through this generation. You know, that was something to be said, because this generation definitely, you know, you can't talk to them. You definitely can't talk to, you know, you can't say nothing to people, man. They not receptive. You know, they just, you know, it's different. I do understand that. And, you know, that's why I'm kind of in the mind state of, you know, I'm just living for my happiness. I'm like, because, you know, you can try to, you know, teach someone around you and tell them, and they don't want to listen. It's like, it's rough.
It's way different. It's different. The respect level of authority, parents. You have right now. What I'm seeing is I see kids being parents, parents being kids, men being women, women being men. It's we just all mixed, and it's just a whole lot of. I mean, you could not tell me when I walked in someone's house what I was supposed to do. You know, I wasn't leaving my children with someone that it wasn't okay for them to discipline. You know, like, you know, now you discipline somebody's kid, it's a whole situation. Don't bring your kid by me if you're gonna have an issue with me disciplining your kid. Don't do that. So we're just in this generation that I don't know how we skip over this generation, because I'm thinking this generation is breeding the next generation. So who's gonna teach them? You know, who's gonna tell them? You know, like, that's not okay. I know normally you get up and you give your seat to a pregnant lady or elderly person. You know, now we snatching elderly people's purses and things like that. Like, you know, like there were certain things that were off limits. Children and women were off limits, and a lot of, you know, criminal stuff. Nowadays, anybody can be the target. So I don't know. It's pretty scary to me.
Yeah, and it is definitely pretty scary. And I think, you know, me being honest, that it ain't gonna get no better. Like, and that's just me being honest, because like you just said, this generation is breeding the next generation. So it takes, for the ones that wanna, live right, they gonna live right. The ones that wanna follow the BS, they gonna follow the BS. And it's like you gotta draw a line to keep yourself separated from certain things. And it's like, I don't even care how you're connected to the person, because if you subject yourself to certain things because of the connection you have to the person, it's like it sucks you in to the same thing, and it doesn't allow you to elevate and get away from that, because you're feeling like the connection I have is making me have to deal with certain things that really are leading you where you shouldn't be.
Yeah.
Yeah, we got a caller calling in. SBGB TV, it's a live call-in show. What's poppin'?
Yo, what up?
What's good with you? What's up?
Nothing, man. What y'all, I was just catching what y'all talking about. Y'all talking about the illegals? I'm kind of like, I was like a minute or two behind. Y'all talking about the illegals or this generation of kids?
We talking about all of that, the illegals, the generation of kids, how life is going. Trump gonna run through the Section 8 in 30 days and get all the illegals. But what we say about that is it's gonna affect the children. You know what I mean? We want the people that are illegal to not be here illegal, but then we think about the kids that get affected behind it, and it's like really nothing we can do, and it's gonna go down regardless. So it's like, life.
Whose children we worried about here?
We saying the kids, period.
Our kids?
Kids.
Because we need to worry about black kids. Black people don't have power to worry about other people. That's where we get mixed up at. That's always our people's problem. We too in everybody else's business. We talking about this the federal government, bro. What they say goes. I don't know if a lot of times black folks be acting like we don't know how this country rolls. These people will run us over. They didn't ran us over. Before, time and time again, they show us they will fight, they will kill, they will do whatever they have to do to maintain control. What makes this time any different? That's what I don't understand. What makes you think that they gon' all the illegals, they better, hey, if you're not supposed to be over here and your kids came over here illegally, and you better hide, because them people get a hold of you. You know you're going on a plane and you going home. What? Let me ask you a question. What could are you gonna stand in front of them if the federal government come and they say ICE police on their vest? You gonna stand in front of them?
I ain't standing in front of nobody for nobody.
That's all I'm saying. That's all. Hold on. That's all I'm saying.
But I sympathize.
We're not gonna stand in front of them and stop them. Then stop just trying to. We always want to sound cool like we with them. I'm not with them. I'm with my people. I'm with black people. This is our alley-oop. The pressure is on somebody else finally. Why are we worried about them trying to stand with them? Stand with your own. Get your scheme together. Why they worried about them, you boss up and get some money. Because that's what them illegals gonna do. They're not gonna get all them illegals, bro. Some of them people gonna stay here, get with their people, get money, and they ain't gonna be thinking about no black people when they come up. Why is you worried about that? Our people, we too caught into thinking that everybody's, because we've been through so much oppression, that everybody else's oppression is the same as black people's. It's not. It's not the same. But what we've been here, our ancestors have been here. Why are we worried about some people who came here illegally? They broke the law and came through that border when they wasn't supposed to. And now they getting over here and they say, no, that's not how you come into America. You got to get vetted. We got to get you a social security number. We got to get you vaccinated. We don't know what kind of diseases you got. We don't know where your mental state is. We don't know if you in a gang or not. We don't know if you're a terrorist or not. It's America. This is not a third world country. This is not Haiti. This is not Venezuela. It's not that. And they gonna see. This is not that, bro. This is why America is the best country, because we have rules. You can't just do anything you want. or we're just going to be nothing but a third world country? Do you want this to be Haiti? Let me ask you. Let me ask y'all.
Nah, I'm all right with it being America. I like it being America.
Do you want this to be Africa? Do you want this to be? My father's from Nigeria, so I know a little bit about illegal. He got deported back in the 90s, and I'm from Chicago. He got deported back in the 90s for selling heroin. I'm not just talking. I know what I'm talking about. People sent him to a camp in Louisiana, and they pushed him back to England somewhere, and he could never come over here again, ever. You understand? I know how this country works. They don't play. You come over here, they gave him a green card to go to school, right? And he was driving a cab in downtown Chicago. When the people came in the airport, he grabbed their bags. Now he wanted to get out there on the south side with an African gang, just like it's the same story. He got out there with an African gang, and he was selling back in the 90s, and he was getting that paper. So me and my mama, we was, I had all the toys. You know what I'm saying? He was taking care of us. Money wasn't the issue. Wasn't none. I went into the kitchen one time. I said, Daddy, what's all this flour? He said, boy, go back in the room and play with your big wheel. It wasn't no flour, bro. Ain't no 5 grown men playing with flour in the kitchen now. You know what I'm saying? They hustling, they getting that money, but when he made that mistake, he had to live up to his consequences out there in New York City at JFK Airport. Back then customs was different. So you can move differently. It's a lot of dope come from Nigeria. But anyway, that's not what we're talking about. But I was just telling you that to say I know how that works. I'm not just talking. I'm not just reading stuff on the internet. I know how this works. If you're committing a crime over here, you better know how to hide, because the people, they can do whatever they want to you. You are not a citizen. It's like when you go to jail. You've been in jail, right? When you go to jail, you're property of the state. You're no longer a regular citizen. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
They own you. This is real life. So those illegals, they can say what they want. You can protest. You can listen to Pritzker and Brandon Johnson. They dumb selves. They don't have no power. They just talking. They politicians. They supposed to stand up there and say, we gonna fight him. Martin Luther King said that. Man, look, you better straighten up and fly right. And black people, don't worry about them kids. If it's them, let me ask you a question. If it's them or you, who you gonna pick?
I mean, we know the answer. Ask anybody.
I'm picking me, brother. Yeah. That's what you gotta get ugly like that sometimes. That's why our people finish last a lot. See, Asian people, they pick them. White people, they pick them. Mexican people, they pick them. Black people, we just sometimes this, sometimes that. Nah, man. Pick yourself. Pick your family, pick your mama, pick your kids, pick you. Stop worrying about what happened to somebody else. They get snatched up, oh well. Don't worry about them. Worry about you. Black people, we've been here too long, not getting what we supposed to get. Get what you supposed to get by being greedy. Why do you think white people got it? Because they greedy. They evil, they selfish, and they get what they want. and we say, oh look, and we respect them for that. Let's talk. We respect those people. Oh man, I want to go to a white college. We down our own college. We down at HBCU and say, I want to go to the University of Michigan. I want to go to the Ivy League school. Why? Because that's the people we respect. The people that then did the most treachery on earth. The people that then took it, but they organized it too. They organized it, and they do have a heart. All white people not just evil monsters, but they have to do, the men have to do what they have to do, the military and all that, to keep this shit going. So let's not get it twisted. We all live a good life and benefit off of how America is set up. And I love this country. This is my country. Get them people the hell out of here, man. Them kids too. What are you talking about? I don't care about no damn kids. Man, fuck them kids. Just show us some kids. Get them on that plane and get out of here. If they say you ain't supposed to be in Section 8 and they paying for it, hey, let me ask you a question. Are you gonna pay for their rent?
You better know I'm not.
Man, stop it. Then they gotta go. I go to school now. I'm working on my second degree. I'm getting me a criminal justice degree. I used to work in factories and all that, CNC machines. I've always made good money because that's my family. They taught me how to work. I got a lot of women in them. They always told me, go get your job. You're gonna learn the streets, because I'm from Chicago, so you're gonna learn the streets, but go get you that job. So I always had a job, I always had my own, but they pay for my school, they pay for my place now. I'm getting paid for. I don't care about nobody else, man, as long as they pay for me. I know I'm straight. I know I take care of my business. Anybody else ain't taking care of their business and you ain't supposed to be here, it's time to go. It's time for you to go. And all of them not gonna go, because they do have, what do you call it? Asylum. They have asylum. They still have things like if it's a woman and kids and she doing what she's supposed to do, maybe she works in the farm or she works in one of their hotels or something like that. Like, look, I'll give you an example. Like the governor of Illinois, right? J.B. Pritzker. He owns they own the Hyatt hotels, right? His family does. He has about 60, 70 NGOs, non-for-profits, they're bigger than non-for-profit. They cycle a lot of those immigrants through there. They're making money off these people. That's the only reason why they want them here. Don't get it twisted. They don't care about nobody. They care about money. They care about what they can make off your back. Just like they make money off black people, they make money off Mexicans, they make money off poor white people. They're going to keep doing it. With whoever. See, that's one thing about white folks. Whoever. They gotta love them, whoever. The black man, the white man, the Mexican, whoever. I'm going to make money off you. So all this illegal stuff, it looks they sending the National Guard and all that. It look crazy, don't it? It look crazy on TV. But in real life, it's all a plan. Like you were saying, what was you saying about how they got our minds with the internet and they know how our minds work?
Yeah.
That's correct. They know how our minds work. So they know how this is going to make us feel. Oh, look at them, man. And then look, I'll be like, damn, they're them kids. But then I know how the game go. Imagine when you see one of them people getting snatched out the cars, remember a black man getting snatched out the car, getting shot up. The police shooting at you. Who you are? You could take my place. You could take my place. I don't know about you, bro. You could take my place in jail. They could take my place in the cuffs. You could take my place getting beat up and shot and hated on and hated against. I'm just that type. I'm on that time. I'm 39. I'm on that type of time. And they don't like when black men what I know, like a guy like me. They don't like me. But that's what I know. That's why I try to get that message to other black people. Stop being unapologetically for you. You can do that. It's okay. It's okay. Man, I'm for my black people. I want what I want. I'm greedy. I don't care about no white people. I don't care about Mexicans. I don't care about nothing but being black. That's good. It's cool. Why you always gotta act like we gotta concede and agree with somebody else? Man, I look people in their face and say, man, I don't care about the Mexican people. I tell Mexican people, I don't care about your people, bro. I care about mine. Take it or leave it. Like it or love it. What's wrong with that? What is that? That's the power of America, bro. You can't have, like you say, you give your callers a chance to get their opinion. This is my opinion. We don't have to care about nobody. We don't have to keep being soft, because it's not going to get you nothing, bro. It's not going to get you nothing having compassion for people. And most importantly, you know why? Because we don't have power either way. We don't have power to make the decision. If we don't want the illegals to go, we don't have power. If we want them to stay, we don't have power to make them stay. We don't even have power damn near to help ourselves. So what's the point of having compassion for people? I'll ask you.
Hey, listen, bro. I'm listening to you. You know I'm the host. I'm the host, right?
Yeah. I know you giving us the platform and you to talk and kind of get it out. Kind of, just give us a chance to kind of get on in here and kind of give our opinion and have a chat, kind of go back and forth. So I like the way you're doing that. But I'm just asking you, like, what do you think about that? Like, what is the point of black people having all this compassion for others when a lot of times others don't have compassion for us?
All right. So with me, bro, right? I got love from a distance for everybody, right?
Mm-hmm.
Ain't nobody's coming around me. I don't care if you black. I don't care if you white. I don't care if you Mexican. I don't care if you African. I don't like nobody. And I'm just keeping it real. I got respect for everybody.
Oh, yeah.
You know what I'm saying? I got much respect for everybody. but I don't like people around me. So the way that other people deal with certain things in the world and go through things, like, you know, I'm the host, so I let people talk and express themselves, but ain't nobody coming around me. I don't care what nationality, nigga, I get the fuck away from me. So that's just me. You know what I'm saying? And I got respect for everybody. So, you know, my opinion on it is just ain't nobody coming around me. So I'm not dealing with the same things that other people are dealing with, because they got to intertwine with people in the world. I always been an entrepreneur. Like, only place I ever worked at was Burger King when I was 16. I ain't never worked nowhere else. You know what I mean? I always own my own companies and I do my own thing. So I move on my own accord. So, you know, that's how I look at it. But it just, you know, I'm giving the people the voice to say how they feel. But with me, ain't nobody going to be around me at all. So, you know what I'm saying? I don't care if you black, white, Mexican, blue, African, nigga, get away from me.
I like the way you say that. You were like, look, I want my solo shit. Ain't nobody coming around me
at all.
But I hear you though. But like you say, you've been an entrepreneur. You own, like you say, you own the car lot. You own your own. So you did. Yeah, I know a lot. Like guys I know who own it. They like this. Like I gotta, because you know what this gonna bring. So, but see, that's kind of what I'm saying. A little different, but it's like, the reason why you don't want people around you is because you know better. You know what it's gonna bring.
Yeah.
You know what it's gonna bring, and you got good energy. That's why one thing you got good energy, and you a positive guy. So you know other people, the only thing they gonna do is what? Bring you down.
Every time.
That's the only thing people gonna do. Like you said before. It always end bad when you do business with a nigga. It always end bad but why is that though? Because they got bad fucking intentions and bad energy from the get-go.
Yeah.
They already know when they get in your face, man, fuck this nigga, I don't like this nigga, he doing too much, I don't like him, I hate him, I'm finna befriend him and try to snake him. That's it.
Yeah.
Women too, like your co-host, I don't know if she's still on. I'm just talking.
She's still here. She's listening right here with me.
Okay, yeah, like you was talking with your co-host about the women. It's like you was saying, because I watched y'all shit last night. You was like, if you get a woman around you, if she do something wrong, like whatever she do, you kind of take it seriously. If you're in a relationship and you say she talked to somebody, that makes sense because you know that ain't gonna do nothing but what? Snowball into something bigger.
You know it.
If you let her get away, like she play on her phone too much, like I had a girl like that like a little while back, and we broke up because I was like, she be on that Facebook Messenger, and I'm like, but see, I'll let it go, but I know I was gonna have to let that go because she too interested in that phone, and I ain't interested in nobody on that phone. I don't want them people around me. Don't start calling people to where I live. And when she did that, she's like, oh, my friend I always hang with, she finna come. Don't start giving my address out and having people. I hate when people do that. Strangers pulling up to where I live. I hate that.
Agreed. I ain't going for that.
That's a new person. I don't know what you got. I don't know what you got in store. I be thinking the worst, bro. I be thinking, man, this person might end up killing me.
Listen, you got to think like that.
I'm telling you, I'm thinking like, man, she might set me. I might walk up out my door and 8 guys in masks hop out and be the end of me because I done let some. Now I ain't gonna say bitch, but I let some woman let me let my guard down because my nose wide open. You know what I'm saying?
Listen, you got to think like that. If you want to live this one life you get,
I got one life, bro. I got one life. I ain't got time to have my nose wide open because she pretty or she do this. I still gotta hold you to some boundaries, and I feel like you gotta hold men and women. We gotta hold each other to respect, and we gotta hold each other to boundaries. Because when you start letting people get away with stuff, that's gonna be the death of you, in my opinion.
Hey, listen, I'm with you there, my brother.
It's like, cause it's like I don't know what it is. It's like. How do I say it? Like, I don't know why you can't show weakness to women. Like, I have to show you, like, it's like I got to show you my pimp hand all the time, so to speak. You know what I'm saying? It's like, I can't be too soft with you. I can't be like this with you, but I got to be a little extra hard with you to show you there ain't nothing cheap around here.
And listen, and that is important. But what I do say to the fellas, you gotta do that, but you gotta know how to balance it. But you gotta do it because they don't respect the soft sucker. The soft sucker is getting ran over. They stepping on his neck every time. But you gotta do this though, you know. But you gotta know how to balance it.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. I know. Cause I'm getting older. I agree. You can't be too like I'm a gorilla all the time.
Nah.
You have to be, yeah. But see, I'm a sensible dude. And be honest with you, bro, I got a lot of women in my family. So growing up in Chicago, I was overwhelmed with love. I wasn't overwhelmed with hate or street shit. I learned the street and the gang shit because you're gonna learn that if you're in, you're in a city, you're gonna learn, a place like that, you're gonna learn it.
Yeah.
But so with women, I always lead with I'm gonna try to overwhelm you with love and treat you right. I want to lay with you. I want to be close to you. I can be hard.
Yeah.
I can do that in the streets all day. But when I do that, especially it seems like with black women, it's like they looking at me like, what's up, boy? I thought you was a G. I am a G. But why you want to see that? I can turn that on like a light switch. I can show you that. I can show you that street nigga in me all day, every day. 24/7, 365, 366 on a leap year. That's nothing. But why do if I'm with a woman, that's when I'm trying to not do that. Why don't they understand that, bro?
Yeah,
when I'm with a woman, I'm not trying to be hard. You're not a nigga, are you?
Yeah.
Like,
and I understand where you come from with that, my brother. It take practice to balance that, and every woman's not going to understand it. But JAMEEKS, do you want to say anything to that?
I was going to speak to a lot of what he shared. The relationship part. I don't know if I want to.
All right, go ahead. I'm gonna relay it to you in a second. She gonna say it to me, bro, and then I'm gonna relay it to you because it's gonna be a delay. If you got it on your computer, it's gonna be a little delay until I get that worked out. But she gonna relay it to me, and I'm gonna say it to you. Go ahead, JAMEEKS. Hold on a second, bro.
Okay, because he spoke a lot about. So
go ahead.
Nah, hold on 1 second. JAMEEKS, you go ahead.
I was just saying that I wish that Black people had the same energy for Black people.
She wished that Black people had the same energy for Black people.
I don't know if that makes sense, but what I'm basically saying is that we're all about black, but you have the shooting in Chicago, right?
She said we all about black, but you have the shootings in Chicago.
And I know personally my nephew who was Black.
Right.
And
his killer was a Black man that looked just like him.
She knew personally her nephew, he got unalived and his unaliver was Black.
Yeah. Oh, okay. She's saying her family member got killed by another Black person.
Yeah, the black on black violence.
So I just.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, I'm definitely.
Hold on 1 second. Go ahead. Hold on. Let her finish it. Let me see. Go ahead.
So actually, I don't know if it's going because I'll be long-winded. So I don't know how it's going to work. But so I just wish we had that same energy that we have when we start talking about other races, and then we want to come together. But I don't always see that we have that same energy when it's Black on Black.
So she's saying she wished that we had the same energy when it came to Black on Black crime as when we have it with other races, and not just trying to be one-sided when we go at other races, and have the same exact energy amongst us. It's like we're numb to us knocking each other off, but when it comes to somebody else, it's like a problem. So she like, man, we should have the energy with us, and I feel that 100%. It should be serious with us knocking each other off instead of trying to make it so like, because if a white person or another nationality does something to us, we like, oh, this white man did this, but if a nigga like, man, nigga just killed him.
Yeah, fuck that nigga. Yeah. Okay, I understand. I'm glad you put it that way. I understand what you're saying now. Yeah. It's like, in my opinion with that, it's psychology. It's like they've trained that they want us to be like that. They want us to feel like it's easy to disrespect each other. it's easy for a black man to disrespect a black woman, or like what she was saying with her nephew. Just it be little stuff with that. That does irk me. Like those little interactions between these young dudes, like you can step on a shoe or buy a girl that really ain't yours, a girl that just is kind of loose. She kind of doing what she want to do. You want to act like all of a sudden she's so important and you want to kill somebody over her, or it's dumb. It's dumb, really. But I think it's we too stacked on top of each other. We around these, but and that goes back to your point. Why you don't want nobody?
Yeah,
why you don't
want nobody around me? Get away from me. You know what I'm saying? That's why I feel like that. You know, I come up being around people, and I understand how agitated I felt from always being around people. So, and I told myself when I got older, I was gonna move far away from the hood and be able to come back when I want to, but I don't have to always wake up and see everybody in my damn face.
Boy, ain't that the truth? See, that's why I moved. I stay like an hour and a half away from Chicago. It's still like, see, to me, this town got like 150,000 people in it, but to me, it's a small town. To me, it's the country because of what I come from. Like I wake up, like I got neighbors, a few females and all that, but they so smooth. They don't have that energy. They don't have that city. They don't understand the city energy, and I love that about them. I respect them. I stay around nothing but black women and young black women. And sometimes they have their moments, but they so smooth, and I love it because it's like when I wake up, I can go in my back area, got a big wooded area. I can go back there, take a walk, like a hike, like I'm in the country, and then go move around in the town and stuff like that. I can choose to go back to Chicago and be out if they having an event at Navy Pier, or I want to just be in the city. But then I could take myself away. So I understand. Yeah, I get that. That's important. Because a nigga be mad at you. I don't know what it is. Like a nigga be mad at you for no reason, bro. And I don't have time for that.
It's a lot of jealousy and hate just because you another nigga.
And I learned it's not always about money. Because I'm doing good for myself. I'm nowhere near rich. I'm a regular person, but it's not about money. I learned it's not about money.
It's about peace and happiness to me.
Yeah, because if they don't like that you like, why this nigga so happy? He come from where I come from. He from the same good or bad, but he just happier than me. So I want to kill him because he happy. So crazy. That's how Chicago is, bro. I've been around. I know you have too. Like in Chicago, it's just really it'll make you disgusted at how this is. Like if they see you happy, like women do that to women now. Like if a woman see another woman happy or she got a happy man, they'll try to fight the girl. Now we're gonna beat you up. We're gonna beat you up because you prettier than us. We're gonna beat you up because you or whatever. So she's definitely right. Like we do need like that energy with each other, like the calming, and like we need to give each other a break. Like give your black person a break. Why you want to hate on them so much? Look, if the man got a better car than you, then that's just what it is. As long as he ain't in your face trying to stun on you, what's the problem? You want to kill him. You want to rob him. You want to murder him. You want to do all these bad things to each other. And then when other people like these illegals push in, they doing crazy stuff because they from another country. Now, when their mind calms down and they start to see how America works, they going to push over here with their people. So that's why I say don't worry about them, because they getting free money from the government, and eventually they gonna level out the ones that don't get, the ones that don't get wrangled up and thrown into the back of a truck.
Gotcha.
Yeah, but yeah, I just wanted to call in, bro, touch down with y'all. I'm gonna let y'all go ahead and finish. I've been on a little while. I'm gonna let y'all finish y'all show. Y'all keep doing y'all thing. Yeah, I think you should keep your co-hosts, because like have a woman on their perspective, because callers, it seems like the callers react good with that, and people talk a little differently if it's a woman on, like I don't, you know what I mean? Like I was telling you, when I was telling you about whack, when you get a woman around, people start talking differently, acting differently.
Yeah.
That's how it is with your callers too. I noticed your callers like, man, I ain't never heard the call. Like they talking like real, like respectful. Everybody respectful. These niggas then got smart all of a sudden. Like, oh man, I think it's about this and the percentage of this and that. I'm like, oh yeah, y'all see old girl now. Y'all don't want to look crazy. Nah, I know. They don't want to look dumb. They don't want to look dumb in front of no woman. But I'm just talking, man. But,
I got you, yo. I appreciate you, man. What's your name, bro?
This Chuck, man. This Chuck from Illinois, bro.
I got you, Chuck. I appreciate you, bro.
All right, bro. Y'all take it easy.
All right, solid.
They all smart now and everything. That's funny.
Yeah. One question I'm gonna ask when we talk about that, right? Tree said, "Was your nephew a street guy?"
Absolutely. Yes. Yeah.
Okay.
So it's yeah.
Okay, so he was out in the streets.
Yes, he was doing the same thing out in the street that the other young man was doing as well. So yes, yeah. Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yep. He was and his person who unalived him was the same color. And what I hear, I hear a lot, white officer did this or white man did this, and we looting. We taking all the Jordans, we stealing all the big screen TVs, which I never understood how that equate to anything, but
right.
I never understood what that meant. But when that happens, but when my nephew was unalived by someone that looks exactly like him, same color, there was no looting. No one took a big screen TV. All the Jordan was in stores, and nothing happened. Yeah, I just wish we would get in. I wonder when we're going to start getting in our own business, yes, we need to stay out of other people's business maybe, but when are we going to start getting in our own business and holding people accountable and responsible and for the actions that they're doing to their own people? So
understandable.
Mm-hmm. And I still have empathy for the children.
Yeah, we got empathy for the children. It's all love. That was Chuck's opinion and his point of view. We appreciate him calling in. Because he definitely, gave a good point of view from his point of view. And but we do, feel for the kids. And but he said some good points in there though.
Absolutely.
I gotta agree with that. And that's what we need though, man. The callers, call in and let us know how you feel. Listen, and like he said, people definitely called in and they got a different swag. It's a lot more respect. We need that though. Shout out to the callers. I appreciate y'all.
They all smart tonight.
yeah. Listen. That was good though. And how do you feel about the other things he was saying about, because you heard my point. I don't want nobody around me. You know what I mean? That's just my style. You know what I mean? And I'm like that with people I know. Nigga, get away from me. You know what I mean? So, how do you feel about that? Him saying, he feels like worry about just your people and not so sympathetic for others.
Yeah, that's what I was saying about we need to be in our own business then, right? So I get it. His point is valid. Like I get it, but we're not worried about each other. We're not, we're not, I can stand on that. I could hear that a little more if we were about that, but we're not about that. We're hurting each other every single day, even what he said was, I go to the club and somebody step on my shoe. It's a whole situation. I walk into a club and a girl I don't even know, they upset about what happened. I don't even know. We don't even know each other. I don't even know your name and what we mad about, So we can't even get along with each other. We're not even taking care of each other, so.
Yeah.
Got to start there,
Yeah. We got to start there. And I honestly, I don't think that's ever going to get right because I think it's too much damage, and I think that we learn from what we observe, and we have observed this behavior for so long. I don't think it's going to ever go in the direction where as though we got respect for each other. I think that you just gotta stay away from certain situations and remove yourself from certain areas and people, places, and things in order to avoid that. You know, I think these certain type of situations happen from where, you know, us as black people like to congregate. Mm-hmm. And it's like, it's a lot of tension always. So I feel like it's always gonna happen because the mind state.
Yeah. Yeah. I don't know.
Yeah, I that's just, you know, I think that it's gonna always happen because the mind state we have this mind state and this persona that, you know, keeps us in the same state. It's like it's like it's not going to change. It's like this is the representation of us. For niggas that act this way, it's the representation. If you ain't acting like this, you don't come from the hood. You not street. You know what I'm saying? You look down upon if you don't represent what's harming us.
Yeah, right.
You know what I'm saying? So I really see that, you know, and if you representing that and you on that, you looked up on, yeah, but it's hurting us. Right. So it's like, you know what I mean? I think the way we look at it and what they pushing is like never going to change because this is us. So it's like the selective few of us that ain't with that, you know, we like removing ourselves. So it's like we don't want us to be harming each other, but I gotta just remove myself because I can't stop it.
You're not sticking around trying to, no.
Yeah.
We don't respect each other, but we get upset when somebody else that's a different color do something to us, but no one has that same energy when it's our own hurting our own, and that's frustrating to me. Like, we cannot ask or we demand respect from others when we're not doing it ourselves. It's just, they see us disrespecting each other, they see us hurting each other. Why would you not hurt us? Why would you not disrespect us? They see us doing it all the time to each other. Mm-hmm. But we let somebody else do it, and then we upset. We just so bothered by it. But no one gives two cares. It doesn't seem like no one cares. Well, I don't see the same energy that when it's black on black. It's kind of like, oh, okay, Pookie shot Tyrone, but let Sam shoot Tyrone. It's a whole situation going on. You know, they're both bad. It's a life.
Yeah.
You know? And I just wish we just as humans just be more respectful of each other. I can't believe the amount of how much money we put on someone's life. What do you say? 1,500. That's it. What? So that's what I'm saying. Like we're not worth anything. You know. I think some people still haven't got paid for some of the licks they done did. They still owe, and it's like
at all
$8, and they still gotta, you know, and I'm not trying to say I'm not laughing to be funny, but I just think it's so ridiculous that the amount that we are worth these days it's so low.
Yeah,
a life is a life. Whoever does it is a life.
Yeah. Let's take this call. SBGB TV. It's a live call-in show. What's poppin'?
What's going on, man? Finally get to talk to you, but I've been following since the beginning, man.
Okay, and, what's going on, my brother?
Not too much, man. I usually don't do all the call ins or in the chat. You got me to type in the chat. I'm the greatest at work, dude. But that last caller kind of triggered me to call in because I agree on some points and then I disagree on others.
Okay.
Because me being down, I'm in a different state now, but being down in Texas, back and forth, I see what we're doing right and I see what we're doing wrong. And I'm just like you, DEEZY. Like, I don't want nobody around me.
Yeah.
Because it's like it's a spirit and a mindset I don't agree with, man. And you know, when you come up in the 80s and 90s, one of the things you saw enough to what you don't want for your children. And a lot of the stuff that they normalizing now, I'm just saying with, bro. And so I make sure I equip my kids with all the stuff that they'll need, because we don't know what this world will look like by the time they get grown.
Mm-mm.
And one of the things I wanted to touch on is one of the biggest problems that we have, like when we got that me mentality. He kept saying that me, my, you, my, I. I coached youth football for a long time, and it saved my life as a kid. When you do this stuff, man, you see everything that's wrong with our community. Like, coming up, we had a balance where you had enough families there, like guys that was husbands and fathers that was there saving us, who we was the children. You know, I came up, my mom was on drugs, bro. But those guys that was there in the community, if it weren't for them, we wouldn't have made it out. Now it's just stuff all over the place. I never seen so much baby mamas, baby daddies, and we're normalizing this stuff. And we're not going to compete. Now we can get mad at those that's overseas. I mean, those foreigners coming over here, and the Hispanics or whatever. But one thing I've noticed, bro, especially where I'm from, because I work with all of them, and I live in it like just a stone throw from their community. They're moving in groups and as families. Everybody be saying they come over here and get this and get that, but one of the things they do, they don't go in there with a me, my, I mentality. They go in there with a we mentality. I'm talking about when they come to getting bank loans, when they come to doing anything, they don't even let some of their kids out the house without their kid being established. But us, man, we breaking up families before we can even get started. And so when you see all spectrums of this, and then you turn around and look at us, I'm like, man, if we don't get this together, we gonna lose. And a lot of people don't understand, there's like when we say black, there's all black people are moving the same. We're kind of tribal now. And like we gotta do a history check on that too, because just because we the same color don't mean we all move the same. Some of them tribes, bro, was worse for us. We actually war with them tribes, and it's going on now just in a new form. And I think a lot of people don't see this, because you got this black community over here moving like this, and they working with other races too. And then you got this black community over here that normalizing dysfunction. I can't do it, DEEZY. And so I agree with him on some aspects, and then some on like the others. Because I live from an Asian community, the Indians right there in Frisco. And I'm gonna tell you something that tripped me out. I watched these people moving there with it was probably a good group of 5 of them. It was people from India. Within 5 years, man, I watched all of them buy up this whole community of $500,000 homes, bro. And they just kept doing it in pieces. Now they own that whole community over there. All of them are families. All of them are working together. You don't see that me, my, I mentality. And I think we need to start getting these pages out the book, even from some of the illegals. When you see Julio working on that construction site, you see Maria pushing the taco truck. And we don't get that mindset back because we used to have it, especially when we was under more oppression. But we came much further in the 60s than we are doing now. And that's what's scary to look at, if I'm making sense.
Yeah.
And so that was, I wanted to add that too. I think we need to really get out the money, collab with those that you're good with. But I'm like you, man, it's becoming hard to do, because you just never know what somebody's underneath motives on, man. And it's so much I want to just say now, but we'll be all night with this. But that was just one thing I wanted to tackle in on about the mindset we have with this me, my, I, while we going up against a community of weeds.
Gotcha. Yeah.
And that's all I want to say. But I've been following since the beginning, man. When I first said I was a little leery, I said, let me watch him for a minute, man. And but then you just kept coming, bro. I be on the road a lot of nights, so like I'm driving across the country, and I be on the road, man. Just when you stayed up a lot of them nights, giving, going off on, certain things, that got me through my road trip, kept me even getting sleepy, bro. So just know that you have me on a lot of things. Then I would go to sleep off of you, man. But I finally get to talk to you, so appreciate that.
Man, I appreciate you calling in, my brother.
All right, peace. All right, now.
Yes, sir.
Oh man, I'm tripping at taco trucks.
Yeah.
Oh, that just hit me right there.
And how do you feel about that there, what he was saying about me, myself, and I, and we going against we. You know, because bro called in earlier and was saying, we got to worry about us, but we going against people that are worrying about we. So they structuring it different, and our structure, at one point it used to be about family and coming together, and because it used to be that the neighbors would spank that ass all the way down the block. You know what I'm saying? And now it's like, like you said, don't touch my kid, and the kid is okay with disrespecting the neighbor. They tell the neighbor, suck this, suck that, F you, F that, and you know what I mean? It's like my kid, and your kid's destroying stuff, So yeah, I mean, how do you feel about that right there?
Well, that's what it is everybody is and I grew up, or what my belief is that we're all responsible for each other. It's a village here, right? Men make sure women, it didn't mean women and children in your own immediate family. It didn't mean that. It meant children and women, Nowadays is, and I get it. Why? You have the teachers being disrespected, and you can't even go and have, your kid can't even, you can't, the parents are going to go up there, fight the teachers and things like that. But back in the day, it was, you made sure that everybody was taken care of. It wasn't just about your immediate family. You're just your 2 kids and your husband. Like everybody, we watched out for everybody, So it's not about an I. So it's fine for you. You're doing okay. But I suppose to just dismiss everyone else over here, that's not okay. And that's what I mean with the children. So and I get it. I do get it. Like, if it came down to it, of course, I'm going to say, I'm sorry, your kids got to go kind of thing. But when do we help each other out? This is not just my family and your family, and it's about everybody. So I don't know. I'm not about the disposing people, getting rid of people. I'm like I'm about sticking together, working it out, trying to figure it out, and it takes a team, a village to do that. And I think we're all responsible, and we owe it to each other,
Yeah.
So great. My family is doing fine, but it's okay for your family not to be doing fine. I don't know. That doesn't sit right with me.
Yeah, I agree, man.
But it is coming to a point where things are so bad, just within my own group, that is like you said, I just want to be by myself over here. I don't even care to be over here anymore because it's getting that bad, Let alone put anybody else in the mix. I'm trying to get away from my own people, just because they're tearing me down. They're not encouraging me. They're not supporting me. But then we talk about, we need to support each other, but that's not happening.
Yeah, it's not happening.
It's only talked about when things like this is happening. No, we need to stick together, and we need to, we need to bond, and we need to make sure we're okay. But we're not making sure we're okay in this other time. Before this started happening, before this 30-day thing came up, who was making sure everybody was okay. Now we need to just take care of ourselves and our children.
And I don't even think, even though we're saying this, like some people are saying it, nobody's doing it.
No one's doing it.
Yeah.
No, it's just talk. That's what I'm saying. We're just talking about it. We're just saying we need to bond. What about us? We need to stick together. We need to make sure that we're taking care of each other. We're not doing that. We're tearing each other up. And I do believe it's about money. I think if I'm a D boy, a D girl, I don't even know if they have them, but
they got them.
Okay, a D girl. If I was a D girl and I'm making $2 more than somebody, guess what? Somebody's mad on the block that I'm making $2. We both paying PG&E. We both out there struggling and hustling to pay what we need to pay. But if I got $2 more, guess what? That might be the end of my life. That might be the end because somebody's mad that I'm making a little bit more than they're making. But we both out there with the same goal to take care of our family, take care of what we need to take care of. But I'm mad because you're making a little bit more.
Hater.
Mad. Like he said, my car is better than your car, so I'm mad at you because your car look, instead of how did you get that car? How are you making $2 more? Let me try to see how I can make $2 more. How can I get up my car to there? How can I do it? That's what I see when I see a bad girl or somebody doing better than me. I'm not jealous. I'm not mad. I'm like, how you do that? Share with me. My daughter said, Mom, she's copying off of me. I said, that's a good thing. What are we mad about somebody copying off of us? That's good. You don't get mad about nobody copying off of you,
Yeah.
So I want to copy off somebody, but I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna ask. I'm like, how you get there? You got a house? How'd you get that? Now we're just taking it. I'm mad you don't have it, so I'm gonna take it. And all I'm saying is, if that's what we want to go, then that's fine. But we need to pick. It's like the whole whack thing. We want both feet in, like pick one. So we want to help each other, or we don't want to help each other. But we selective when we trying to have this help come in.
Yeah. I'm with you, man. Make sure y'all smash that like button if you're in the building. If you haven't already, hit the like button. Hit the like button. Hit that subscribe button. We appreciate you, and share the live. This is a good conversation, real life stuff, man. We definitely gotta get into these real life conversations more. And I'm in the direction, we do 2 shows a day. So in the daytime, I might say some things about whatever is going on and whack, but I want to be talking about some real things as well too, because real life is going on. You know what I mean? It's the foo-fafi jokers, they doing what they doing, but real life is happening. And I want this to also be a platform, where people can give their opinion. So, it's a live call-in show. The line is open. You can call in and let us know how you feel about the topic and what's going on in the world, and if you have any experience with somebody that is a relative or their relative that is illegal, and how do you feel about it being here, or about what's going on in Chicago, because Chicago is definitely under fire, and Trump is saying he about to send the National Guards, and he's warning them, like, and you see they sent them to DC, and things definitely calm down instantly. Everybody's tough, like I say, until them people come. Everybody want to pop fly, but don't nobody want to go to jail. Everybody's real cocky and tough, but don't nobody want to go to jail. They want to talk their way out of jail. They don't want to be in that situation, but the persona that they put on while they're free, it's like you trying to prove what to who, because the outcome is jail or in the grave, and damn well you don't want either one of them. So, yeah, man, y'all can let us know about that, and the line is open. You can call in, and JAMEEKS, you let me know how you feel about it, because Treese said in the chat that it was 15 people that was unalive this weekend, and I think it was like 50 something people, or might have been more, that was shot, but it was a lot of homicides in the 3 days in the city, and a whole bunch of shootings that ain't doing nothing for nobody but destroying.
What was it? Black on black?
Yeah, I think so. Hey, Treese, was it black on black? But I think it was, because I'm thinking in Chicago, it's niggas going crazy. I mean,
I'm trolling, but I'm pretty sure it was. But that's the point that I'm making here. That's the point that I'm making. Is black on black, and
Yeah, and I think I'm just being honest. When they send the National Guards out there to Chicago, it gonna calm it down for a second. It might go back to Baghdad again, but I think the presence changes a lot. You know what I mean? It's like when you got the presence of authority, it's like everybody talk that stuff, but when they wrapping jokers up and they sending you in, you know, it's like they don't want it. Right now, they cocky because they not suffering no real consequences, and a lot of people are getting away with the crimes. You can get caught for a homicide and you don't get a life sentence. You know what I mean? And I think it was about last year. It might have been last year that they put something up in the newspaper saying for Chicago, if you are in Chicago and you are wanted for second-degree murder down, for anything from second-degree murder down, as long as you leave Chicago, they ain't gonna come look for you.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, they put that in the paper. They said if you are wanted for second-degree murder or down, any offense, long as you leave Chicago, we not coming to look for you. We don't want you.
They just get the heck up out of here. You don't have to go home. Come back here.
Now that's deep right there. For a city to say if it's second-degree murder on down, long as you leave here, we not gonna search for you.
You know
we don't extradite you, huh?
You know what those crimes are?
They serious. Yeah.
Yeah.
Now that's deep right there.
Yeah, that's a problem.
Yeah.
Stating it's a big problem out there. Yeah. And I hope that there's somebody on here from Chicago, right? Or
yeah, Tree's from Chicago.
That's Tree. Oh, be careful, girl.
Yeah, she from Chicago, west side, 290 shit.
Oh, okay. I know you be saying that. Oh,
yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, and the guy that just called in, that was talking, about, where about us. He from Chicago.
Yeah, for people hearing that, we're like 15 people unalived. The number was that's a lot,
In the weekend.
Just right. So I'm just wondering, do you just get used to it and it's like no big deal kind of a thing? Are people outraged, or was there any looting and anything happening, or we just go to sleep and carry on?
Yeah, I think it's like regular there. I think everybody got a strap. Everybody got a strap in Chicago, and they going to the bathroom with it. You know what I'm saying? They going to the bathroom, they going to the kitchen, they going everywhere. They just ready. You go across the street to the store. They just ready to pop something. And I mean, me being me, I know that if I was born in Chicago, I would have left. You know what I mean? I could go out there and bust the strap all day. You know what I mean? But who wants to be subjected to that? And that's why I say with the National Guards, like, they need to go out there. Like, you can not like Trump and Trump is Trump and that's him, but they need some order. Like, it's people that are hoping the National Guard come, that live there, that feel like they can't go nowhere else, that wish they had some type of order where they live, but they scared, and this is all they know.
Yeah, that's sad. Yeah.
Facts.
You couldn't be me. Ugh, that is horrible.
Yeah. Yeah, you know what I'm saying? Most definitely.
They said the guns are shipped in.
Yeah. Okay, somebody gave a super chat. It said, just keep the platform solid and consistent. They're like-minded folks across the nation. Stay on the mission, DEEZY. Hey, James, I appreciate that super chat. Most definitely, man. One thing about DEEZY is I'll never change, man. So, we're going to definitely keep the platform solid. That's all I know. Y'all can see how I get, when certain things, it's just in me. So trust me, I'm going to be the same all the way out. And, I appreciate you for rocking with me and all the people that rock with me. But just know, DEEZY ain't going to change. Okay, we got Trees calling in. Hold up, let's get Trees on here. SBGB TV, it's a live call-in show. What's poppin', Trees?
Hey, DEEZY and Gemma, this is Trees from Chicago.
What's up, baby?
Now, you just was saying that you saw something in the newspaper that they were saying if you had a serious crime, why the Chicago people never saw that?
Man, I seen it on the internet.
It's on the internet.
Yes.
They never posted that or none of that in Chicago. You know how many people would have took that and ran with it?
They never posted that in Chicago?
Man, never. They don't show us the same news from different cities. They be lying. They be lying. I noticed that. We never saw anything about that. I know I can count on my hands and feet. A lot of people would have took that offer up and ran with it.
Yeah, they said 2nd-degree murder and down. They was letting you, long as you left Chicago, they weren't gonna fight to get you back. You know what I mean? If you got locked up somewhere, they like, nah, we don't want them. Just stay away from Chicago.
DEEZY, that's a lie, because I know for a full-blown fact, I was fighting 2 cases, and when I got out the joint, Cook County was waiting on me to lock you up. So even if you think you got away and you doing a crime for one, doing time for one crime, baby, that jail is gonna be waiting up on you to lock you up for any other thing. That's a lie. That's a lie. They don't. The same news y'all get, we don't get it.
Okay.
Trust me. And they may portray most things to look certain bad. Yeah, it's bad. I ain't gonna lie, because within the last couple of days, which I told y'all what was gonna happen. I've been telling y'all this months. I know what's gonna happen. I told y'all what was going on. And my belief, somewhat, it do have somewhat with the police, because our mayor denied Trump to send the National Guard. You didn't think that pissed Trump off?
Okay, yeah.
Trump don't like being denied. I know for a fact it's a lot of police that get out here and humbug and thug with us. So you don't think they'll put on ski masks and come through gangways and shoot up something and act like a rival gang? Of course you have to push the crime rate up if you're trying to shoot towards an agenda. You have to think outside the picture, think outside the box. It's bigger than you think, I'm telling you. It's way bigger. Somebody in Chicago must have told Trump something. It's somebody he disagreeing with or whatever. Yes, I agree we need to help, because this generation is messed up. You can't tell these kids nothing. And they robbing everything. I believe that. I know for a fact. I see that. I'm not denying we don't need the National Guard. But it's a little bigger, because the police officers actually participate into these crimes. We actually have to pay them off. We actually have certain patrols that only patrol certain blocks. So much that they know us by names. They know everybody on each block by names. It's like we grew up with them. To tell you the truth about Chicago, you grow up with cops. They know what's going on before we know what's going on. I would put parents, if they weren't behind half of this stuff, like I told y'all up in the chat, the war started back in Chicago, from the south side to the west side. And they're gonna have to send the National Guard in. And if they don't do it within at least 4 months, well, only thing gonna slow Chicago down if we get a lot of snow. That's all I'm gonna say. I just pray for a lot of snow. Other than that, it's gonna be a whole lot of more killing. And part two, to speak up in with the immigrants and all that, that was a bigger plan. They let them in because they needed the votes. Kamala Harris and Biden let them in, thought that they was gonna be able to win the votes over, but it didn't work in their favor. So now Trump finna shoot them back up out of here. You know what I'm saying? And with the kids, if you want to keep the kids, you have to keep the parents. You get what I'm saying? Which the parents, the ones that's only the illegals. Some of the kids may have been born here. Yes, I do have compassion for kids. Kids is innocent. But what I'm saying is, if you keep the kids, you have to keep the parent, at least the mom. You get what I'm saying? And they moved them up in here, gave them bigger houses than us, gave them low income, Section 8, and all that. I'm a felony. I can't get none of that. So I don't even worry about it. But what I'm saying is, for those veterans that's sleeping up on the ground, for those shelters I volunteer to, help these people out. It's a lot of single parents. It's a lot of veterans that fought. I don't believe in fighting for the country, but they went and did it. So I believe that they do deserve a safe place to go call a home and lay their head down and don't have to be out here on the Chicago street, especially when it's getting cold and all that. But what you did, you invited immigrants. That is no problem because we all human. When you cut us all open, we all the same. I don't believe in colors. I just believe in red. We all bleed the same color. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So that racist. I don't even believe in religion. I just believe in God, period. But what I'm saying is, if you keep the parents, you have to keep the kids. Just keep that in consideration. And do Gemma have something to say?
Okay, JAMEEKS.
Why does she believe
JAMEEKS.
Say it again.
Her name JAMEEKS. I be calling her Gemma. Damn.
Okay.
Okay.
Go ahead, Jimmy. Say it.
Why Latrice said we have to keep the kid, or why they have to keep a parent?
She says, why do you think that they have to keep the parent because the kid is with them?
Why would you keep the kids in the country and deport the parents? What sense do that make?
That's the issue.
So there's going to be a big controversy with that, which they won. So it don't even make sense. So
go ahead, you say it.
That's the issue. That's the issue. That's what's going to happen. That's the concern.
Okay, yeah, and she's saying that's the issue, though. You know, that the kids they're using that, I guess, to try to, you know, not have to leave. You know, so you know. What do you want me to say to her though, JAMEEKS?
No, so I know what she's saying, that it would be, it's no way the kids can stay here without a parent, but that's the part. It's going to be kids that's going to be separated possibly from their children because the kids are legal, the parents are not. So that's the whole thing. I think they did that. They already had started that with that whole thing back in a couple of years ago when he was in office last time, right? When they had the kids in little cages. And the parents
on my tablet, so
yeah. So you know they're gonna do it anyway.
Yes,
so.
We don't have no control over it. One thing about politics, what we need to do. Well, Miss DEEZY, you say I haven't been in a federal case, but I have been in court. One thing I noticed about court is say we against the people. And we need to start applying it. And one thing about voters is say, our opinions account. So if our opinions account and we come together, if we feel so strongly about this, instead of getting on the internet, because you think the politician, I done been to Washington, I've been to Springfield and all that. You think the politician care? You got a better chance writing a letter, going up into the Congress or any of that. But speaking up on it, our opinion don't matter to them. Our votes don't even count. That's all I'm saying. So we really don't have a say so. This was already set in a stone block. I mean, it was written in stone already. They already had their plan. You know, all we need to do is rock through this road and don't get distracted, because it's a bigger distraction. Time has speeded up. It's a lot of things that's going on there. They don't want us to pay attention to. You know what I'm saying? But I don't want to get distracted and throw people off from what I believe in, what I know, what I'm seeing. It's the food that's killing us. It's the tyrants. Just like when we fly out now, American citizens, they treating us like we immigrants when we go to their country. Now we need a special ID when we go fly out. Now we gotta go get an ID that got a star on it and let them know we're American citizens. Or now, because Trump want to charge them terrorists up on all their products, they figure, well, they'll get Americans back by doing this and doing that. So it's all a setup. It's all a setup. It's a bigger plan. I just want people to fall back in, do a little research and pay attention. And just look. It's bigger than what we think, man. It is. And we all at least 40-something, 30-something. We got sense. If you open your eyes, you can see through it. You can see what they're doing. This was all a plan. That's all I think. And what y'all got to say?
Okay, you hear me, JAMEEKS?
Yeah, I kind of had to go back out.
I can hear it too.
Oh,
okay.
Good.
You can hear her too?
I heard her say yeah or something.
Okay.
Did I hear her say that Chicago do not need the National Guard?
Did you say Chicago doesn't need the National Guards?
No, we need them.
Okay.
It's going to be war.
I think they need them too.
Okay.
It's going to be war. We need them within the next month. It's going to be war. We need them before the snow hit, because it's going to go down. It's going to go down. It's been going down for the last 3 weeks. I know, man. Look, the best way to get through the future is study the past. Everything repeats itself. That's it. Just pay attention. That's it. I already know what's going on. And it started, the war actually basically started back up. And then them beefing going on, no jumper trying to start it back up with the south side.
Okay.
I'm from the west side, but I stay out south, and I'm seeing it. I'm seeing it from what no jumper doing. Adam and Wack is trying to stir this stuff back up with King Von and all them and Osana, all them. And then out west, we just reckless. They just knock it back door. They knocking you out right then and there. Boom. In front of the whole crowd. And murder don't never get solved.
Oh.
Yeah, that's deep right there. So you saying from when Adam had Osama boy up there and the boy 600 Breezy, that's starting the beef back in Chicago.
And way before that, a lot more than that. Yes, if you ain't noticed, this is what Adam doing. He started it with Dirk them and all that. That's what they doing. Him and Wack them is starting beef. And then look what happened to 600 Breezy dumb self. You go do that talking about old boy and all that. Then not even 2 days later, they indict you for trafficking and drug trafficking, moving drugs or whatever you call that, shipping and whatever, from Philadelphia. A town that you barely even see drugs in. Come on, man. People better do their research. Pay attention. Just stop going on no jumper. That's all I want to tell you. Leave Wack alone. Stop going on no jumper. And then you will be cool. Keep your mouth shut. Most of them that's going up on their clowns anyway. But then they let Wack better me, the ones that do got a little you let Wack get you on the show, bait you in all the time. You know he the police that ain't never going to jail. He may get lawsuit, but I don't think Black gonna ever go to jail. I wish he would. I wish them handcuffs touch him. I pray to God. I can't wait to see that day. But man, it's just all failure. What y'all got to say?
I think we're I don't know, with 600 Breezy, I don't know what part of Pennsylvania he was. I didn't see the indictment all the way yet, but I don't think he was in Philly though.
Is
It was
it
Pennsylvania. It was Pennsylvania. Yeah, because you know Philly.
I may be saying it wrong though.
Yeah, because Philly's plagued with that work. You know what I'm saying? There's this shit everywhere in Philly. But it might be, you know, in Pennsylvania is work everywhere. But I don't know what I gotta when I check out the indictment. Yes, you seen the indictment?
Yes.
Yeah. Well, make sure you text it to me so I can look over it. And yeah, because I don't know what exactly they charged him with exactly, but yeah.
He got charged with like transporting overland. You know what you call it?
Yeah. He got the interstate. Yeah.
And that was after
something like that. But I'm gonna send it to you.
Yeah, he got locked up after, but he had already had the I guess, you know, the warrant. He got pulled over in Wisconsin. I do know that.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, you know, I gotta check that out so I can see it. But you got anything you want to say to Trees?
No, just be careful out there.
Yeah, just be careful out there, Trees. You know, I know it's the war zone out there. Be careful.
That's all I could do. I'm alright. I don't worry about these. When you grow up in Chicago, it's like a norm. You know what I'm saying? They get to shooting, you just duck your head. That's it.
That's rough.
I mean, that's life.
Yeah. I'm just saying it's just rough. You know that, you know, we get numb to that, like, you know, like it's normal because it's not normal. You know what I mean? But it's just normal right there. But, you know, it's like that. It's not normal for that at all. But it's like the situation that you can be born into can make it seem like it's normal because that's all you know and that's all you see. But, you know, hell no, man. It's like, yeah, that's why I do agree that National Guards definitely should, you know, need to be out there so that they can get it under control because it's crazy, man.
Only thing I be scared for is my kids and my boys. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Because, you know, our kids, they narrow minded that they still living like this life is they playing GTA or whatever. They mind not fully developed, and they would rather let the streets tell them those things than get it from the in-house. So, you know what I'm saying? I only worry about the kids in America, you know what I'm saying? But the grown folks and all that, when you going out there, man, we know the risk. You know the risk by even walking to the gas station. You know the risk by even sitting in your house. So many people done died from just sitting in their house and the stray bullet came through. I mean, it's just like that, you know?
Yeah, that's deep.
I'm saying accept that I would never want anyone to accept people dying. That's not normal to me. So you have to see. I skip past those videos, and they actually show graphic videos of people shot in the head and laying on the ground. I skip past stuff like that. I walk past stuff like that. You know what I'm saying? I don't like to see that close up because I'm too emotional attached. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Just because I'm of this world, don't mean I have to play a part of this world. So I try to detach myself and go into another world. If my best advice for everybody, just, you know what I'm saying, take care of your household, man. Put much effort in to your kids that you could. Love them, try to guide them right. They don't want to listen. The best thing you can do is pray for them, pray for your loved ones, and then just live your life in peace. You know what I'm saying? God will do the rest.
Yeah, most definitely.
JAMEEKS in chat. Ain't nobody else got nothing to say before I hang up. We'll get back in the chat.
Um, oh man, we appreciate you calling in, and definitely, you chiming in, giving us what's going on in Chicago. You being right there is a good thing, and make sure that you send me that with the 600 breezy so I can look at it. And
Yeah, I'm seeing that.
yeah, man, that's about it. We appreciate you calling in. Facts.
Yep. Thank y'all. Back to the chat.
Solid.
The other concerned about the children.
Huh?
The other person concerned about the children. Everybody like to get them adults, but them kids.
Yeah. Because they honestly, when some of the kids when they're young, they're definitely innocent.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? When the kids are young, they're definitely innocent, man. And it's like, damn. You know what I mean? It's they innocent when they're young, man. Straight up.
Run the table. I like when Tree says, "What y'all got to say?"
Yeah. Run the table said I like what Tree said. Yeah, what y'all got to say
I know.
next? Yeah.
I like when she says that too.
Yeah. Tree's definitely got a personality. Good people too.
What y'all got to say?
Yeah. Yeah, Chicago rough, man. Man, living in Chicago, the majority of the people must have PTSD. Yeah, man. Yeah, JR Gets Bread said anyone that doesn't have compassion for kids is a POS.
Yeah.
Yeah, man. It's rough. Definitely gotta have compassion for the kids, man. And that is, is deep. I like, man. So, I'm thankful to be me. I that's what I can say. I'm thankful to be me. I know I got things I go through in my life as well, but I am thankful to be me and to have developed enough to understand what to stay away from, because man, some people run to the BS and some people can't get out the BS. You know what I mean? I'm just thankful that I was able to make sure that I know how to stay away from the BS.
Yeah.
For real,
Yeah, me too. Snoopy Max says that the parents are illegal, so are the kids.
Snoopy Mac said the parents is legal, so are the kids.
So they got to go too.
Yeah.
I get it too. I get what the chat is saying and people are saying about the kids too, but it's just kind of hard, knowing they don't have anything to do with it. Kind of like with Chicago out there, the kids don't have anything to do with it, but they out there with it.
Yeah. Big Chuck says that the people that built our country didn't have compassion for anybody, and you benefit from living here, so sounds good. He said DEEZY was Allentown. Oh, Allentown. Yeah. Oh, that's where 600 Breezy was. Allentown. I did a job in Allentown a couple months ago. I redid the whole front of a store, a cycle service. Yeah. I redid the whole front of a cycle service in Allentown. Okay, it was Allentown. Yeah, Allentown got that work. It's a lot of Spanish people in Allentown and Mexicans. Allentown got that work. I went in the city area of Allentown because I had to go pull permits out there. Allentown got that work. And I rode through the city. I went out there in my car. I said, it's like the hood too out there. So yeah, Allentown got that work. Yeah. So yeah, 600 Breezy was out there. And they going, that's one thing, people gotta understand, they, today's world, they gonna get on you. The people gonna get on you in today's world. It ain't like before. It's cameras everywhere. Your phones is wired for sound. You can't, niggas is ratting. It's like it's too many odds against you to be in the street right now.
Yeah. You go inside thinking you're getting away, and then you got Alexa and Siri all talking to you.
Yeah.
Apple Watch telling you what to do and what not to do. Like, really?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's too hard to do crime. It's just too hard.
Too hard.
It's too hard.
Yeah, like at this point, and especially if you're supposed to be somebody that claims to be successful, and if you the face of something. This nigga's the face of his label or of his music career, or whatever he got going. He's a rapper. Nigga, they go and catch you. They not allowing nobody to face or nothing to run around here and mess with no work.
Right.
Hey, they gonna watch you, and they just gonna make sure that they got you, and they got him on a state Rico, so they trying to bop him, and he probably gonna end up telling. Everybody, like I said, everybody's so solid until it's a real sticky situation. He probably gonna end up telling it, and if he don't tell, they're gonna give him something crazy, 20, 30 years.
Well, we'll see if he's sitting at the table with a bologna sandwich.
Yeah. What we see they doing, Thug, we got a bologna sandwich, with cheese.
Toasted the bread and stuff, right?
Yeah.
Bread toasted.
Yeah, ready. Man, I want to eat good. I'll tell you everything.
They would have had to do a little bit better than a bologna sandwich, though. I'm just saying.
Yes, man. Hey, listen, man. When they get in there, man, some of them people, they can't handle it. And I've been in the interrogation room a few times myself, so I understand. You get the shakes and all that. I remember when I got picked up by the feds. They picked me up, jumped in my car, drove my car, and put me in the car with them in the front seat. I'm shaking the whole ride. My leg couldn't stop shaking. I'm just, I'm like, God damn, it's real. I'm riding behind my car. You know what I'm saying? So, them dudes get in the interrogation room, and especially the ones like that feel like, they got it going on. It's like, they ready to talk to get up out of them situations, man.
Yeah, nobody trying to spend a night.
Yeah, and if they do, they like, man, what I got to do to get out of here, man?
What you need to know. That's...
Yeah. So I definitely, feel that, them type of people be straight goofies, and it's the time. If you are a celebrity, well known, anything, if you in the drug game, you's a goofy. You know what I mean? Like you just a goofy, man. That must mean that the facade you was putting on for the people with this music, it wasn't really that. If you got to move work, man.
Or it's not popping for sure. Right?
Yeah.
It's just, or that doesn't always mean that. There's some people that just can't get out of it. You got some people that could be doing really, really well, and that life is still, they just calls them.
Yeah. And I would agree with that, but I think with him, I don't think he ever did well regularly to get in the game. I think he was probably one of them people that was around niggas that, he was trying to feed them as well. Because I know it's them type of entertainers and stuff, they'll have niggas around them, and for them not to be, taking care of them, they'll fund the work for them, but still want to get paid from the work, but they'll be funding the work so that they can make money as well, so that they're not just taking care of the nigga. And then they end up putting themselves in that situation when you trying to feed the niggas but not give them money, but you know, put yourself in the drug game and you didn't really have to be in it too.
Yeah, you do have that too.
Yeah, so you know, I think it's a lot of, you know, goofies in that situation, just being real.
Now he got himself a whole Rico.
Yeah, and it's a state Rico, so you know that one right there. You know, I think you know that's a 30 ball. You know how them Ricos be a 30-piece McNugget.
Yeah.
Yeah, unless you tell, you know, I think if you, unless they're gonna give him a plea and he doesn't have to tell, which I don't know how that's gonna work, but you know, they be wanting that time out of that one.
And they be wanting a lot of people too. I think R. Kelly was the only person that I know of that pretty much did a solo Rico.
Yeah, and Diddy. And Diddy. Yeah. R. Kelly and Diddy. Yeah, R. Kelly, they stuck it to him though.
Yeah, they did.
Yeah, Diddy slipped through. You know, he ain't have Diddy money. So, you know.
He didn't? Well, no.
R. Kelly ain't got Diddy money.
Yeah,
Diddy had 8 lawyers up there.
Yeah, and he sold his catalog or whatever. I'm not into
music. Yeah, he sold his catalog. He was trying to, you know, R. Kelly. Yeah, man. You know, they say R. Kelly couldn't read. Yeah, so it was like, you know, you can't even study your legal work. Some nigga had got up there talking about he had to read R. Kelly mail for him.
Yeah. I think R. Kelly said that, allegedly. I think he has said that he couldn't read.
Yeah, see, you know, that's deep, man.
Yeah. Can't even take care of your, yeah. And all that money, too? You don't get a tutor?
Yeah.
Instead of rubbing on booties, we could have been rubbing on a book.
Yeah.
Somebody could have been helping him rub on a book or something.
Yeah. Well, you know, Diddy, like Cash Bag said, yeah, Diddy didn't have any kids. R. Kelly had situations with the kids, so you know that was something. And it was crazy that it was trying to, you know, say to the world that Diddy had something to do with kids in this case, and then when it comes to the whole case, you hear one thing about kids. That's how dirty they are, though. They painted the picture to the world like it was going to be kids involved and all this other stuff, and then when Diddy went to trial, you heard nothing about any kids.
Yeah, I did hear about kids.
Yeah, so you know, it's foul. You know what I mean? It's foul how it could go, man.
I follow trials. I normally follow. That's one trial that I didn't follow was the P. Diddy. I just thought it was a mess and just crazy. But I normally follow trials.
It was a mess.
Hobby.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
It was a mess. I ain't gonna lie. It was a mess. And you know, I can say this though. When the trials are a mess like that, you have a chance. You know, and it's like that even getting arrested. When you are about to get arrested, you have to make a mess because, you know, I'm just saying it. I don't want to say anybody to, you know, put yourself in a situation, but, you know, from my experiences, you know, if you just lay down, they gonna handle you like that. So if it's a mess, you have, you know, other things that you know, cause the diversion in there. But when it's not a mess and it's cut and dry, you know, I think that they really hammer you. Like Kelly was cut and dry. They used the evidence from his trial before that they probably shouldn't have used. You know, that tape of him peeing on the girl and stuff like that. So it's like, you know, the state said you wasn't guilty and they didn't think that was you. But I'm sure that federal jury said, man, this is this nigga.
Well, but you also had the victim, named victim in the case, come out and say that was me. Versus back then, she didn't, say that was her. So it was a lot of things changed in that case for sure.
You are correct.
Yeah,
you are correct. When Diddy's case, you got the victims that were participants, but
I disagree, and I'm gonna tell you, this is my confession.
Let me
when
hear
you
it.
spoke about it, I turned you off.
No, you didn't. No.
That's my confession.
Okay, all right. Well, listen, I love the honesty.
Yeah.
So
you in the chat, I was mad with you in the chat. In the chat, I was mad.
Do you want to tell us why you didn't feel they were participants?
Yeah, I do. I do. I've been holding this in for so long.
Oh, that's good. Listen, this is the last segment of the live. Let's talk about it.
Because I don't think you said a participant. She wasn't. She wasn't. So I'm gonna tell you. So it's almost like, back in the day when you had the 21-year-old going to the school and picking up the 15-year-old girl.
Okay.
It's like that to me. That's how I look at this whole case. So a lot of the time, because Cassie was allegedly called these, what do you call the guys? The prostitutes or whatever.
Yeah, escorts.
The escorts. Because Cassie called them. Everybody's like, she was willing. She wanted to do it. She. I know the chat probably gonna go blow up on me on this or whatever. Cause
okay, well let's hear. Let's see if they blow up.
They're gonna blow up. I already know. But it's like she was willing to do it. She made contact. She's the one who picked the guy out and blase. She. My personal opinion, and everything is allegedly, is that she did that to please him. He wanted her to do that. It was easier and better for her to do it. Just like a threesome, right? A lot of guys like, well, if I have the female pick the female out, or if I have the female, make the arrangements or whatever, then it looks better, or and so I really think that it was it was a play on Diddy, because at the end, this is exactly what happened. Everybody's looking at her like, well, you the one. They got the text message where you're saying, come over here. We also have messages that show that she really wanted him by herself, right? But because he wanted that, just like a lot of women do, because she wants that, she's going to do what her man wants her to do. And that's go get the big black and go get that one. But he's not. It looks like he's not the one participating, right? Just like she was the one getting down, right? But guess who was in the corner watching everything, right? So who was it for? It was for him. She'd rather been having sex with her man and not the escort.
So what about the escort saying that she was contacting him by herself, and she was wanting to, deal with him dolo, and Diddy found out that they were communicating, and Diddy was upset, like, yo, don't be talking to my girl, but she was contacting the guy without, Diddy's knowledge and consent.
Okay, well, that really doesn't really have too much to do with it, but you have Diddy has a million women, right? It's just what females do. So you got a million men. So I'm about to go over here and sneak and do this up over here because, you doing what you doing over there. And I'm about to do what I do over here. We've already had intercourse. So why not just keep the same person? Because a lot of women will keep the same person versus getting a new body, right? So I might as well keep escort number, whatever, because we already done got down. So why not?
So you don't think she wanted to do any of the things? You think
I think that she was doing it for him. I think that, I think she had to put on for him. I think she had to perform for him. I think she had to do what she had to do. I think she had to, uh, um, he wanted her to call and do all that. So she was pleasing her man to do that, take the initiative and call him and set it up for him. But at the end of it all, you can tell she wanted him to herself. She wanted to just have that kind of relationship because he wanted it. Just like the caller the other day said, about the threesome or whatever, right? But that girl didn't really want to do it, but she was doing it for him, right? She participated in it. She went along with it. It looked like, she moaned and groaned with it maybe and all that and everything, but she wasn't really down for it.
Okay.
That's what I feel. And so I think, and so everybody's like, well, she's grown. So it wasn't an R. Kelly situation where she was a minor, but she was still much younger than him. He was very much able to manipulate her and control her, as he did with allegedly a lot of his other women. So she wasn't a minor, but she still was very young and was really just trying to please her man. Whatever he wanted, she was going to do.
Okay.
And when the other part that I was very upset about is that let's say that she consented to all of that. Mm-hmm. But when you have drugs in you, it's no longer consent. Like if I say I want to go 1 time, 2 times, and then after that, now I'm blacking out and whatever, that's no longer consent after that.
So you don't give her any accountability for wanting to do the drugs?
I think everybody has some percentage in accountability for anything and everything we do, right? Everybody can hold, but if his job was to get her addicted to it, did he give it to her first? I don't know that. I don't know.
So you don't think that there's some women that they wanna do drugs, so it's like they coming and asking, yo, where the drugs? Like, it's women that like, man, where is the drugs? I want the drugs.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? So, she dealt with him for 11 years. And I'm like, man, she doing this for 11 years. That's a long time. Like, you don't think that's a long time of doing that?
That is a long time, but the hope and the goal is to get the man. Eventually, if I keep pleasing him, eventually maybe I will have him to myself only. Or maybe I only have to do this for a little bit, and maybe it'll be over, and I don't have to do this. I don't know who got who on drugs and who wanted it and who didn't want it, but I do know that it comes to a point in life or a point in the session when somebody can be too drunk or too under the influence of whatever they were doing, tootsie, whatever it was called, and they no longer can make those decisions that says it's okay to go round 10 now.
What about she left him and then came back to him? Like, so now if you experience these type of things, right, and you know what's going on over there, right, and you get away from the person and then you go back to the relationship, you still think she didn't have no participation?
DEEZY, come on.
If I'm talking about you totally leave this person. Oh, I'm done with you. You like, I'm done with you. I don't want you no more. I'm quitting you. It's over. And then you away from the person, but then you go back. So I'm saying that, when I think about that, right? So I'm like, if you was there for a period of time, right, and you endured some things in a relationship and you got away, all right, damn, that was bad. But to leave the relationship and what goes on in this relationship, I'm talking about you experienced all of this, then you go back So I gotta give you some accountability for going back. Like you now, let's say this right here. And I'm gonna say you for an example, right? If you were messing with a man, right, and he was abusive, and I'm gonna just say it like that, and I'm gonna say just you because you're a woman, and he was abusing you, and you like this person, but he was really putting hands on you, and you stayed for a while, like you dealt with the abuse. He turned around across your head when he felt like this, right? And you got the courage to say, I'm leaving. I'm out of here. I gotta go. And you leave this person. Are you gonna go back to that man and try that again?
The answer is you can. Yeah.
No, I'm asking you.
Oh, okay. Well,
are you gonna go back to that man and try it again?
Well, I was in an abusive relationship with my girl's father, and I was, and I left, and I did go back.
So you have the sympathy for her because you've endured the leave and then you went back. So did you think that it was gonna change, or do you was expecting, man, I'm gonna go back and take a couple ass whoopings?
No, you don't go back expecting things. You go back thinking things may change now, right? You think that, okay, he's going to be a different person. Or to be honest, a lot of the time it just comes from you not being strong enough to really, really make the exit. So, I don't know their story. Again, I didn't follow this trial, but I don't know how long she left for. If it was for like some years, or was it months or weeks? I don't know how long it was, because that makes a difference too, right? But anytime you leave, that's when you leave does not mean you ready to leave, right? You could be leaving for lots of different reasons. If I leave, maybe a stop. If I leave, maybe, so you're not really leaving because I'm done with this. You're leaving in hopes that hopefully something will change. But I'm still in it. I'm still in this relationship. And if he said, I'm sorry, and she's missing him, there's many times where people are in a relationship and just the not being with them will draw you back together and you're back in that relationship that's unhealthy and not good for you. Because you're lonely, alone, whatever you want to call it, and now you back in it again because it's familiar. That's what men don't realize is that women will do stuff sometimes because it's familiar. And I don't want to get another person. I don't want to get to know another person. I don't want another body. I don't want this. I do know him. And she does know, at least she knows. So it's like anybody being in an abusive relationship, what sets them off, the unknown, right? So you get with somebody else, you don't know the unknown, but you do know every Monday he come home and he gonna beat me halfway to death. You at least know that. That wasn't my case. I'm just speaking, and you do know. You just know that. Well, you at least his pattern and what he will do, versus getting with someone new and you not know any of that.
Okay, and I understand, but as a woman, and I think it's very important, for us as people, but as saying a woman, for you can't just say that you can't take no accountability because you went back. You can't say, oh, because I'm a woman, I have the ability to just insert myself back in this situation because I'm a woman. We can't do that. We all people, we all got our own mind, and we know right from wrong. You know what I'm saying? And you can't say, it's a choice. You gotta own up. I think that is like a important step. If we teach the other women that it's a choice that you're gonna make. So make sure that you don't make the same mistake twice, because you're never gonna get a different result. So, and that's why I say with Cassie, her going back, knowing that he likes her to have sex with multiple partners, that he wasn't never going to change that. It's like, we know, everybody knows about sexual drives. You know what I mean? When you got a sexual drive and a fantasy, you're not, it's not just gonna stop. You know what I mean? You can't just turn that off. That's your drive. You know what I'm saying?
You know that in your big age now. Did she know that in her small age then? And also, did she have a record situation dangling over her head or no?
A record? She had a record?
Was something a business kind
of?
of
A deal, the record deal.
Was something, I don't, was something dangling that?
Yeah, I mean, that might have been, that might have been the record deal. But as people, we know right from wrong, and we gotta understand that, and it should be, I think women should be teaching other women this. This is something women should teach other women, like, yo, this is the same process. And what I do see about women, they know certain things and they allow other women to go through the same thing. It's like, and I even say with women rushing to have children, right? Women know that when you rush to have a child while you're young, you're going to struggle. But I feel like women encourage it. It's like, oh, you pregnant. Ooh. Why are you celebrating that she's ready to start a struggle? You should have the energy to say to her, like, yo, baby girl, yo, I'm telling you, it's gonna be a struggle. But women, they give them each other the encouragement. Oh, you can get assistance. You can get this. You're gonna be all right. So you're not telling them that the assistance is only gonna give them this much, and it's not gonna be able to fulfill that, because you're gonna have other real things that you gotta tend to. But this is gonna be assistance, and I just think that women don't enlighten each other with that, and I feel like if they enlightened each other and not embraced the start of the struggle, that some women, don't worry about that, that some women would not go through it. But I think it's so common, and I think like a lot of things in the world are messed up because of that. The things that we embrace that are failures. I think women having kids, just rushing to have them early, is like an automatic failure, but you gotta fight to get out the failure. And most women don't get out the failure, but the selective few do. And it's like, I think it's too much embraced and encouraged for a woman, and it's coming from her fellow women, to encourage her to fail.
Well, so if a woman already comes to her friend and she's pregnant already, so what are you supposed to do already? So, and if the woman wasn't pregnant, and the friend that wasn't pregnant before, and she saw me struggling, she already saw the struggle. She already saw me in the EBT getting beat down, whatever the situation was, right? But now she's pregnant. I can't. What am I supposed to tell her? How am I not supposed to celebrate it? Because my what I went through does not mean necessarily that's what she's going to go through. It just doesn't mean that. It more most possibly, but it doesn't mean that. But if the baby's already here, how am I not supposed to, yes, I'm going to say, okay, you can make it, because guess what? I made it. Mm-hmm. Other people made it. Was it a struggle? Yeah. But at any age is it going to be a struggle with having a kid. There's no perfect age, in no perfect situation. There are better situations, but there's no perfect situation.
Right.
You got some guys. Well, we just had one guy, 48, with what'd he say his baby was?
He had a 9-month-old.
And a 26-year-old, right?
Yeah.
So, he's still going to be okay. Everything's still going to be fine. He started off at what a 20, got a 26, and now. So what age is better to have a baby? Some people say you get it. I have a couple of friends that waited and had babies at a later age, and they're like, oh, I wish I wouldn't have did this. You got
understandable.
So it's no perfect situation. And if a baby is here already, only thing you can do is support your friend that's now have made a decision to get pregnant, made a decision to keep the baby, and made a decision to move forward with it. There's nothing more you can do but support it. You can't be like, oh man, it's it's already here. That was before. That's before.
Understandable. Somebody call. Let's call them back real quick and see what they say. Don't stop. Leave that alone. I see you. Leave that alone. Don't worry about that.
Okay. You right.
Yeah.
Hey, what's up, brother? I just got all kinds of nervous. You called me back.
SBGB TV, brother. It's a live call-in show. What's happening?
How you doing?
Yes, sir. What's popping?
I just want to add on to the Cassie and the Diddy situation. Man, that situation is kind of dark because I feel she was in a world that was let me just turn this volume on. So
okay, yeah, appreciate it so we can hear you.
She was in a world where morally, I feel, she definitely went back, but I feel she was in a world where morally there was no compass for her. So she was I feel she was controlled and very lost. I'm sure she knew what she was doing in some aspects, but without a moral compass, I don't know how long she was living a lifestyle like that. Maybe, who knows, what she was exposed to as a teenager. There's a lot of rumors of the victims of Diddy, like Justin Bieber, a lot of things. So, and just to add to Chicago and just black people, because I'm a black man, I'm 31 years old. I feel like without a moral compass, without some form of culture and knowing who you are, you'll be in a situation like Cassie, or if you're a man or a woman, you'll be really controlling and just an evil person. He remind me Diddy remind me a mini, not a mini, a giant version of Wack 100. The way Wack talks to his girl is it's disgusting. And I feel the first thing that black people can do to make each other better is to find out who we are, because I feel like we don't know who we are. So we look at these other races and we see what Trump is doing, and it's really confusing and it hurts, but we don't know who we are way more, I feel, than a Mexican that's coming from Mexico, working and trying to make something for themselves. They work harder than us. So it's Cassie's situation is disgusting. As a woman, I feel like women need to be protected more, and they aren't in this world. I'm not perfect, and I feel like the best message I could say for everyone that's listening is we need to look within ourselves and see the wrong that we're doing. Like Michael Jackson, we gotta look in the mirror and start from there, and then hopefully that it'll trickle down. Cause I've been going through a lot of stuff. I'm from Jersey City, New Jersey. My mother just had a stroke on June 19th out of all days, and it's been rough. And I've been listening to you for a couple of months, and you you've been keeping my mind positive. So I really appreciate you, and I just want to see you keep doing what you're doing.
Hey, brother, I appreciate you calling in, and prayers to your mother for the situation, the stroke, and hopefully, she has a strong recovery. And I definitely appreciate you calling in and supporting the channel. And I'm glad that the vibe is keeping your mind tight, my brother.
Thank you, man. I'll definitely be calling in. It's my first time calling in, so I appreciate the call back.
Yeah, most definitely, and I appreciate you.
I won't be as nervous.
yeah, nah, you breaking the ice, and we called you back. I was in. Sometimes if I'm in the middle of like something and I don't answer, then I'll call back as it calms down.
Thank you, brother.
And I appreciate you calling in, brother.
Thank you.
Okay, so you hear what he says. I gotta get this right. I'm gonna get it right so that you can be able to hear them right away. That's gonna be ASAP. I'm gonna figure that out, how to get that together, because I think it should be a way that I can add my number to this. You know what I mean? And when he call, it all hear it at the same time. You know what I mean? So I got to get that, and that's something I'm working on.
Look, you figure it out.
Yeah, most definitely. It ain't nothing I don't figure out all the time. Yeah. So how do you feel about what he said? Because he did say that, women need to be protected more as well. And he felt like Cassie, was lost.
I think we have to understand the bigger picture. I don't know about her childhood. He kind of mentioned a little bit, maybe something went on there, didn't go on there. I don't know. But what I do know is that there's so many times that women will, and this is not me defending like another woman. It's just me being a woman and knowing what we have went through and what we go through. And I do know that a lot of times we're doing things that we don't want to do. I.e. the caller that called in last night that stated, the girl didn't really want to do what she was doing, but she was doing it because he really wanted her to do it. Right. So there's just a lot of times where there's women that will go along to do whatever their man wants them to do. And a lot of times they're not really wanting to do those things. I really, truly, in my heart, do not believe. And some of the evidence that I did see, and I don't like to speak of it because I didn't see all the evidence, but that she did share a few times that, she didn't want to do that. And she wanted him by herself and she didn't want to do this. And what I see is that men, you guys see, oh, look how freaky she was. She was doing this. She was doing that. Oh my gosh, she freaked. Oh, she a freak. That's all I kept hearing. And that was even more irritating that she was labeled as a freak because she was doing these things that he wanted her to do, that he enjoyed her doing, and she did it, but it doesn't mean that she really wanted to do it. Doesn't mean that she was all in for it. She just went and possibly settled and did those things to please him. And remember, it was a music something deal or whatever was going on with there that, and sometimes the money is there. I'm not trying to say there, and I'm not trying to say women, she probably was messing with him because of the money or the deal or whatever was on the table, and that is the consequences that she has to pay for. So she is responsible. When I'm sharing this, I'm not saying that she does not have any responsibility in what took place and what happened to her. I don't say that at all. But what I do want to say is that we have to look at the bigger picture and everything. She has her percentage, but his percentage is way bigger than her percentage. Way bigger.
Okay. All right. So you feel like, his percentage is way bigger than it. I feel like Diddy played a part. Yes. But I'm sticking to that she participated, and I feel like she was a participant. And, you said that you didn't feel like she was a participant, she was a victim. And, so we have a difference of an opinion on that, and it's okay. We are here now, and you didn't see the trial, but for me, listening to the escorts talk, and they all went on Vlad and these different other, the way that they were talking, it was like, they had like a relationship with Cassie. And I know Diddy instructed a lot of it, but she was going behind the back. And then I heard the phone call where she was talking to the guy, talking about, yo, I'm gonna get you knocked off if you trying to do something, like you trying to expose me. You know what I mean? If you trying to expose me, I have something like I can get you knocked off. So it's like that lingo that you hear from behind. It's like, people know how to put that act on at certain times, but then you get that the real come out at certain times. Oh, this you? Oh, I didn't know you was like this. Are you serious? Oh no. You know what I'm saying? So I feel like, she definitely participated, and I feel like Diddy definitely orchestrated a lot of it because that was his ill. That was his ill. But she left, she came back, she could have got another joker. You know what I mean? She was a pretty woman. She pretty. So she could have got another joker, but Diddy got the bag and she didn't want to go search for another bag. This bag was already, I know how to deal with this bag. So you gotta know that bag's no good if I don't want this entertainment or I don't want this participation. And then you go back knowing what it is. And she finessed her way to get the 30 million, I guess.
No, and I don't like that you guys look at it that way. So can you help me please understand when you say that she called him on her own? Like, what is that? Why do you mention that? Like, what?
Because the guy said it. He was like, "Yo, she used to call me and talk to me."
Okay, but what I'm saying, when she did that, what does that have to do with anything? With like, why do you connect by her doing that? Why do you make?
Because I would think that she would only contact the guy when it's business time. Why were you confiding in this guy, having this personal, relationship with him without being authorized? You was like talking to this guy on the loan, without authorization. Now I'm thinking if Diddy's controlling everything, the only time that you're going to do it is when the freak offs are about to happen. You was confiding in this guy, beyond that. And it wasn't just, an instructed mission. So,
okay. But she did that without Puffy knowing about it, correct?
Yeah.
Okay. So it would be one thing if she did it and Puffy knew about it and they did their thing on their they did their own separate thing. But the fact that she was sneaking tells you a lot, right? I mean, that to me, it doesn't that to me is proving my point even more, because she was sneaking because she knew possibly that he was messing with these ones over here. And so she wanted some kind of connection. Maybe she was trying to leave. Maybe she was thinking, maybe I can there's a lot of things that go on. So she had already had a relationship with them. So they already were familiar with each other's bodies. So why would you not call him?
I'm thinking if this is something you're forced to do, why go back to what you're forced to do and do it on your own?
Because possibly when she has relationship with him, when she's not being forced to do it, it looks different than when she's forced to do it. Does that make sense? So when she's having this separate relationship or situation over here with this one, but she's not doing all the things that she's forced to do over here. Sometimes maybe she wanted to have a normal kind of sexual relationship with someone without all the extra stuff.
I think you're making an excuse for that. I really think you're making an excuse for, wasn't nothing normal about that. It was impossible. The guy was an escort. How can you have a normal relationship with an escort? This guy is daily going out there humping women. That's his job.
But I'm paying you to do whatever I want you to do. If I wanted to have a normal, natural, without the extras in the in the transaction, then I can. When we do transactions over here, I have to get it in my mouth, in my nose, in my ear, in my toe. But over here, I just get it in my whatever, like.
I can't make excuse for her. You're making an excuse for her, and I understand you're a woman, and I love your point of view, but I can't make this because she could have ran, but
Not that
run.
not that you're speaking on a woman and you have no idea what goes on inside a woman to even leave like that, to even leave. I talked about leaving someone when you really don't even want to leave a person. That is the hardest thing to do.
Understanding, but she already left. She went back.
Okay, let me explain this to you. You can leave someone physically, does not mean you leave them emotionally and mentally. That is totally, and that's where men are dropping the ball. You can physically leave someone, but you don't all, and the disconnect doesn't all happen physically, mentally, emotionally. All that just goes, you might mentally, emotionally leave, but still be physically there. You could be physically there and emotionally and mentally. So it's different stages to this. It's different stages to it. And if all three of those stages, there could be another one too, not gone, there's a chance that you can go back to that person again because you're still, and if they got some trauma bond with each other, trauma bond by itself will make you go back to somebody unhealthy and you shouldn't be with.
Okay, we got a super chat. Guy says, same reason why R&B won't leave. Whack 100 Cassie was brainwashed.
Oh, who that? Who is that?
Somebody named 10th 10th Street. I don't know, the 10th Street Bull.
Oh yeah, I see it. Yeah, amen. Let me give you, amen. That's the point that I'm making. That exactly, perfect, exactly.
Okay.
And she gets to be called a freak and a this and a this because she's doing R&B over there with somebody she don't. I mean, allegedly, possibly over there with somebody she don't want to be with. She don't have to take shrimp D. You know what I mean? But she's taking it, right? She probably, you know what I mean? So you do what you do when you're in a relationship. You do it until you get strong enough and healthy enough to say, I don't want to do this. I don't like that. There's so many, and she was young still, right? And he was older. There's so many times where women don't speak up and say, I like this in the bedroom. I don't like this. They show you how their body works and what their body needs. Most women, they don't even start enjoying sex until a certain age because all they're doing is doing it for the man. They're not even doing it for them.
Okay.
So until you get of that age, you will do anything, everything, because that's what the man wants to do. You later learn, I don't like it in my toe. I don't want it in my toe no more. I don't want it in my ear no more. That don't help me.
So what about the women that are looking at the money? So they're staying in their mind is, it ain't even about no love. Because I don't think, when she got with Diddy, it was about love. I think it was about the money. So if you're influenced by someone's money and you got intentions on the paper, you gonna accept some things that you might not accept from somebody that don't got the money, and then you go back because there's money here. So money was the motive, but how do you play the victim with the participation when money is the motive? Because you could have said, man, I don't want this money. This money ain't no good to me. But you say, I'm willing to accept everything that comes with this. I'm willing to bend over and look back at it. You know what I'm saying? While Tom, Dick, and Harry hit this thing Because the money is here. I don't want to leave the money. I don't want nobody else to get the money. When she could have said, I don't want none of that money. I'm out.
And eventually that's what she said. DEEZY, that's what I'm trying to tell you. Sometimes you're not as strong. People, we're walking around here acting as if everybody is so strong in the beginning. When you've been broken down, when you have had so much stuff that has happened to you, maybe prior to even getting in this relationship, but let's not even talk about that. Let's just say within this relationship, I've had so many different things that's happened to me. I'm not that strong. I might have came in very strong. I might have came in there with so much self-esteem and so much confidence and so much everything. And somebody can break all of that down in seconds. Not to say you can't build it back up, but all that could be broke down. And so now you're dealing with a broken person that questioning who she is, what she's doing. And yes, I might have did this because I had a record deal over my head or even the money. But now I done fell in love with this person. So even though I started something, just like you guys say, when you see us, you look at us and be like, oh, I want to hit that. And then maybe you start falling in love. So it's not just about, oh, I want to just hit that. It's something else. So a woman can feel the same way. Now, it was about the bag, maybe, possibly. But now it's about something else.
It was about that bag. Come on. It's about that bag. Now, let's just say if it was you, right? What would you be getting with Diddy for?
I wouldn't get with it. Oh.
I know now, you know what I'm saying?
No, never.
Okay.
Never.
But if you, as a woman, all right, let's pick another person like Chris Brown.
I'm gonna be honest with you, and you're not gonna believe me, and I hope you do, because I'm not lying to you or the chat. Okay, for real. I've never been about a dude's money. I've never been about a dude's money ever. My parents were. I saw early in life what money do and don't do.
Okay.
That song, More Money, More Problems. I saw that at a very early age in life.
Yeah.
I would tell you my last. I'll tell you my last name on that. But my last name is Money. Okay.
Okay.
And so, and I was adopted into that family, so I'm not you know what I mean?
Yeah.
I'm not, so I knew what money was. So I never ever got with a guy with money. So that never been my reality. And I don't think women should get with a guy with money. That's why the way I look at things is different. I'd rather work. I'd rather get my own stuff. That's just how I am. I would love to split a bill with somebody. I don't think a man should pay all the bills. That's just so silly. Why should he not have a little something? Why do you have to pay all the bills? Like, that's where I come from. You know what I mean? I don't mind you take me out to dinner and I take you to dinner. Like, that's where I'm from. Someone shared their money with me. I'm okay sharing my money. I've been blessed to have money. So I've never been this money girl anyway. So I'm the wrong person to really kind of have that conversation with. Okay. But what I do know that there are women who love the bag and the money. I just already know. Once you get money from somebody, you got to give something up. My mom always said, nothing is free in life. I already knew that. If you're not doing this for me and you don't expecting something. So I was very much aware of that at a very, very early age. That's why I can't, I can't be a jump off and a this and a that and all this stuff, because I don't know how to play that role. Because I know I'm going to have to do something to get something. You can't fly me out because I know what, I already know what all that's about. I'm going to fly myself out and I'm going to, if I want to kick it with you, I'm going to kick it with you. If I don't want, you know what I mean? I'm just saying.
Yeah. I'm with you.
So I don't know anything about that. So yes, in that sense, if she did get in there for the money, I don't think that was the whole way through. But also, let me just share this part too. There's a lot of guys that dangle the money over your head too.
Of course.
So you can't say, "Oh, she's just with me." When you I've said this on my social media before that you can't show me your car and your this and your this and your that and everything and then be like, oh, why are you after my money? Because you sold me. Just like a woman. If she's selling her body, she got everything out. Make sure I don't have everything. You got everything out. You selling you selling yourself, right? So if you selling me this, then you can't get mad if that's what that's how I look at you.
Okay.
Right? And I tell them, I don't need you to sell me that. Just be who you are. Be you. You don't have to show me what you got or whatever. That doesn't impress me. What that last name mean? What that heart talking about? What that character about?
Okay. So, and I understand your point of view. We just have a difference of opinion on Cassie's participation. And I understand, and I understand where you're coming from. I understand your point of view, and I understand how you look at it. I'm just, when you leave, it's like, now if I'm saying, now I would have looked at it different if she didn't go back. So like the relationship was wild. I'm agreeing, it was a wild relationship, right? But it's women that I'm done with this. They got disrespected in the relationship, and they like, man, I'm not going back to that ever. And for her situation, sleeping with other men while the guy watches, and it's a lot of baby oil and a lot of crazy stuff going on. And then it's like you signed up to go back in this haunted house that you was saying you was scared of. And I'm like, I ain't going back in there. You know what I'm saying? So,
but then she left again, right? And then she didn't go back to that. She didn't go back, right?
Man, I think she went back. She played some more. I think she might have played some more. I think she might have played some more, but she did marry the trainer after that.
Okay, well let me give you another example. I get off. I've been doing crack.
Okay, we got. You said, hold on. I want you to hold. Are you going to remember that, or you want me to let you say it now?
Oh no, I remember.
All right. Okay, that was, look at you. Look at my baby. Look, hey, listen. We got a super chat.
Okay.
We the one super chat is said moral compass is the key, and I'm the last caller, by the way. Okay, shout out to the guy from Jersey City. All right, we got JR Gets Bread. Appreciate the super chat. JR Gets Bread. All right, let me see here. JR Gets Bread says R&B and Cassie were both in it for the money. When R&B pushes whack BS narratives, she's just as guilty as Cassie when she's setting up the freak-offs. They are both participants in the BS. They are not victims. That's JR Gets Bread, and that's his comment. Now, do you want to comment back on that, or do you want to say this statement that you were about to make?
I don't disagree that they were not going for the money. I think Cassie, I think that it also was more of a business kind of a situation too with her and the money. I don't think he didn't like flaunt his money around her to try to get her in. I think he wanted what he wanted, and he got what he wanted, and I think she wanted him, whether it was for the money or not, but it does but I think what at the end of the day, that has nothing to do with being violated. That you could take that's the percentage I say that they play in it. Both of them can play in it, is that they were looking for the money or after the money. So, you get what you get, you go play in the street, you get hit by a car, you play, so she did have to deal with some of the things that money came with. Yeah. So yeah, I think that, but I think Cassie is a victim. I do.
Okay. I mean, listen, I'm understanding.
And so the example that I was going to give with the crack situation.
Yeah, let me hear that.
That how many times that people have relapsed. They completely. Now I know people who have relapsed after 20 years of being clean and sober.
Yeah. Listen, me too.
Right? I know some people have relapsed after 2 weeks. So I've been 2 weeks clean, and that's been the longest, and they're proud. 2 months and they're proud. 2 years, 20 years, and a relapse has happened, right?
But they love that. It's listen, the people that get high, they love it. Because and I'm gonna say it from a person that smoke bud, right?
Mm-hmm.
When I smoke bud, it's like, yeah. The design, you got to think about this though. Drugs are designed for you to like it. And I'm saying this to anybody in the world. This is why I would never try anything white in my life, because I understand that all the drugs are designed for the human body to like it. And you can say, oh, you go try some white shit, you're going to like it. You know what I'm saying? It's just the design.
Mm-hmm.
And that's what they do. The chemicals are designed for our body to like it. So for me paying attention to it, I'm going to stay away from it. Now, when you say that if you took a hit, people relapse, now she had to like it.
Yeah.
So this is what I'm saying.
She had to like him.
No, it was a lot of participating with others' involvement. So
because she like him, I will do him and her.
So you don't think that she liked any of it? You don't think none of it?
I'm not trying to. I mean, it might have been some portion. I don't know about that part. But what
Okay,
I don't know about that part. I mean, I'm gonna go there. I'm gonna go here with you.
Okay.
A person, and I know I have to watch what I say, certain words, but a person that is a P that hurts kids.
Okay.
They actually struggled because it felt good, but it was wrong. It felt good, and they didn't understand how something feels good but it's not okay. You know what I mean? So, and so you can like something, but it can still be wrong, or you can like some parts of it and not all the parts of it. You can like your man more than you like doing what you can love your man more than you like doing what you're doing, but you do it.
But they was celebrating too. So if they saying like, all right, we got these bottles of champagne, right? And we popping bottles. They popping bottles, right? And we gonna pop a bottle. Take an E-bomber. They taking the E-bombers. They popping bottles. They blowing. They all over the place with it. And she's enjoying this. But I'm sure sometimes she probably wanted to scale back. Like, man, I don't want to go this hard. But she was having enjoyment. It was some fun to her as well.
Or she had to get that high to endure what she had to go through.
Or she had to get the high to endure what she went through.
Had to go get that and popped up all your sound effects.
Yeah, good.
She had to do all that in order to numb herself. These people that are these working ladies that I've talked to in life, they have to do a lot of stuff to get to where they can go do their job or their mission or whatever you want to call it that they're doing. Okay. So people are doing stuff to numb their body so they're not really all the way there, so they can go through the motions that they don't want to go through, but they going through it. And so the popping of the bottles and the E and the Tussie and the Cussy or whatever that stuff was called. Yes, they're doing all of that and some. She actually said that on the stand, I believe.
Oh, you caught that part?
I watched some.
Oh, you caught that part?
Let me share this with you. First of all, the trial wasn't even. It was federal, so they don't even.
Yes.
Can't even. And nobody read the transcript. So the reason why I didn't know,
this one girl, she was reading it.
Oh, I didn't see her because
Okay.
no, I would have listened to that because I like
Melanie.
to listen. Oh, okay. See, I didn't see that because when R. Kelly trial also was federal, and every night I would watch the trial because they read it, and it was a whole actor or little theater situation going on. But I didn't want to watch it because everybody had their. If you were a Puff Daddy fan, it was going to be. I like to just know the facts. I don't want anybody's opinions. I don't care what you think. I don't care what you know. I want to know what was said in court, and who said it, and why they said it, and what was the evidence. And so I never found anybody. But this one thing I did watch a couple of times. I would hear some things just here and there. It was hard to not hear it. She went over the counter and bought something like some kind of pill because it was going to help her or help the guy or help somebody in the situation. So she was doing stuff to either numb herself or not have to feel whatever, or mentally, emotionally, physically, or whatever was going on. So that happens. And working ladies do the same thing. They that's why a lot of people are strung out on stuff. Some people are strung out on stuff because they don't want to feel this stuff.
Okay. All right. And listen, and I understand where you're coming from when you say that, right? So what I say to what you're saying there is, would you happen to have any advice for ladies that are involved in something like that to understand how to get away from that and not to gravitate to that?
Yeah. I mean, it's all about your self-confidence and your you knowing your self-worth, your value. You have to get strong enough to leave. Sometimes you're not strong enough. You know, it's a process. You know, somebody can literally break you down, and you have to rebuild all that up again.
Okay.
And I really think I think she probably and the hardest thing that you could do is have all of that, be a very confident, strong, beautiful woman, and then be broke down. And whether sit instead of already coming broken down and all that and then going up, but to already know that this is where you started from, and now you going down, and now you have to try your best to get your climb out of that and get back to where you were at. That takes a lot of strength and a lot of work. And when you're under the influence, I mean, you have to realize now she got to get detoxed or whatever she was on. Your brain ain't working because now you got all this stuff in your body and stuff like that. You're not thinking and doing, acting the same way.
Okay.
And I don't know how old she was when she started messing with him.
I think she was in her early 20s or maybe 19 or something like that.
But our brain developed at 25, right? So we put Tootsie Cat and whatever and Doopsie and Coochie and or all this stuff up in our bodies before we even develop. That's a whole nother situation.
Okay.
And what we have to also realize, this was a whole big super grown man. Find somebody your age. You know what I mean? Somebody your age probably wouldn't have possibly dealt with a lot of this stuff. But you're dealing with kids, even though she was somewhat legal. I know I'm gonna get that she's legal, but she still was young.
Yeah, she wasn't no kid though. She wasn't no kid. You know what I mean? We can't make her out to be something she wasn't. She wasn't a kid. She was a young adult. Yes, but she wasn't a kid, and yeah, she was a young adult, and I mean, you stand on your stance, and listen, that's good. I like that. I like, because I stand on my stance, right? So for us to have that, great conversation and difference of opinions. So now we can let's see what the chat is saying. Now let's check the chat out.
They going in on me.
Yeah, let's see what the chat is saying. Chat, I appreciate all of y'all. Big facts.
They're going in.
Let me see here. Let me go, JR gets bread. I appreciate that super chat. Appreciate you most definitely. Let me see here. We got let me see here. Some hood fella said, was Puffy holding passports and stuff? I don't think he was. I don't think he was holding her passports and stuff. I don't know, but I don't think he was.
What that?
Like, is he keeping her hostage and saying you can't leave as your passport? But then some people want to say that day she was trying to leave the hotel and he pulled her back. They want to use that one. So I want to say that and put that in there. That was showing that she couldn't leave.
And how many know that possibly could have happened? How many times do we know? But we do know that passport was used when we had to go get some medical work then done, possibly, right?
Yeah, she had to go. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Let me see. Hold on. Let me see. Hold on. Let me see. Hold up. Cassie has dollar signs in her eyes. She has that dollar sign. And Tree says, I relapsed after one day. Blue Chicken says, a victim. How? When she introduced diabolical situations. Volunteer, no victim, baby. Let me see here. Hold up. Somebody says she likes the high. She likes the high, like when she was partying. Let me see. Hold up. Let me see. I'm going down. So, Blessed Niger Beauty says the internal conflict. My mind's telling me no, but my body's telling me yes. And then you have a supporter, and they say she's speaking super facts.
One supporter.
Yeah, that's the brother that was calling in. And somebody says another insight to my youth had 4 ladies under the table while we're playing dominoes. Mike is tripping. I don't know what Mike is talking. Yeah. So Blue Chicken says, so are you condoning or directing to a safe haven? Just asking, because Cassie was definitely a volunteer. Blue Chicken stands on her stands that Cassie was a volunteer. She was no victim. Let me see. Yeah. Is it a comment that you want to read? Let me see. Tree says, I'm a dog. I can't see what that other little thing is. I don't know if that's a cat. I'm going to treat him like a dog and feed him like a dog, like a dog beat him like a dog, then pass them to my dog. Tree's hard body. My baby Tree.
Tree said, she's saying victim, huh? I mean, she's saying not a victim.
I guess so.
Mm-hmm.
She said, somebody said she sued the hotel. Yeah, Trees is off the hook.
He said, Tree says, lady, stop giving man your heart. Big facts, just play the game. What's that mean?
You gotta, play the game. You know what I mean? But
Oh, you think she was? Oh, you think she's saying like Cassie was given
I guess giving her heart, but she wasn't playing the game, but she participated, but she was in the game thinking with her heart. I think, as people with giving your heart, I think you can give your heart, but you got to know how to take the heart with you. All right, the heart got to go. You can't go in with the heart and allow someone else to hold it like this, and just sit there with your heart. I think that you got to know how to say, all right, I'll take that. Get out here. This is it. I'll let you hold it, and I poked on it, making sure it's my shit, right? Yeah. All right, come on. Let's go. I got to go. Hold on. We got a super chat. Hold up. Let me see. Hold up. It says, appreciate that super chat, KC Dog. He was a very public figure, very public relationship. Before Cassie, she thought she did have a different result. Nah, she was chasing the bag. So, and I kind of agree with that. She knew that Diddy was Diddy her whole life growing up. And you got with this man knowing that it's Diddy, and you know this is Diddy. I'm sure she heard, how celebrities are, and she got over there and she found out for real that it's real. I think, celebrities that, have a lot of money and influence, it's no more chasing the money. That's not it. The money's coming in. It's not chasing the money no more. And I think that the basic stuff doesn't excite them anymore. So now I gotta go into who I really am, but I never was able to show it because I didn't have this money. So now I got this money, I'm showing who I really am. So like, I think all the stuff that we hear about Diddy is who he really is. But, before the money, people didn't see it. When he got the money, he started to show, yeah, I really feel that he's sweet. You know what I'm saying? I really feel that, he's into the sick stuff he's into. It's just the basic stuff ran out after the money came in. You know what I'm saying? So
I have a question.
Yes.
What does the bag have to do with any of it?
The money?
Yeah. Like
the money has everything to do with it because, women, and you say you not, but 98%, I say, of women, when it comes to a celebrity, and that 2%, you'll never see them because they, their friends are gonna say, girl, you better get that paper. You know what I'm saying? So you're not gonna know who this 2% is, so I think 98% they want the money. It's
okay.
It's
so
paper.
What I'm saying about that, I understand that. My question really is, what does the bag has to do with you being disrespected, being maybe possibly allegedly drugged, having to do these acts and everything. So because she chased the bag, that's the reason why we should be okay with him doing X, Y, and Z.
Now, I didn't say that it was okay what he did. I'm not saying it's okay.
She chased the bag. Oh, Chris, the bag. First of all, he showed her the bag because he let her know that there was a bag and that if you do X, Y, and Z, you can get this bag.
Okay.
Or be with me, you can get this bag. Being with him came with And I'm pretty sure it probably didn't start off being that. It started off maybe something else possibly. And then it could have possibly went and started all this extra stuff.
Okay.
So she even if she thought him because of the bag, it doesn't have anything to do with him mistreating her and doing all this stuff that he did. If she's chasing the bag, stop messing with her. You see that she all she there is for is the bag, quit messing with her.
But he's not gonna stop messing with her because he has the power. You know what I mean? You know, when a man in position has the power, it's, you know, he gonna keep enjoying the get her to do the sick stuff. I got her where I want her, but she left and said, "Man, maybe he only gonna do this on Tuesdays. Maybe he's not gonna do it Monday through Friday no more. You know, and sometimes Sunday, right? He's just gonna do this on Tuesday." And she went back and he wanted to do it Monday through Sunday. It was like, hold up, baby. This is what I like. You know what I mean? We going on the jet and we going here, we gonna do this, we gonna do that. But she was supposed to run.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? She was supposed to run.
I mean, Cassie, she wasn't supposed to be there at all because I think he was all in a whole situation with somebody else. But I mean, I guess he has whole lots of situations at one time anyway. So, but she probably thought she could be, you know, like you guys say, you know, she was young and you guys like the young, and so she thought maybe she would be the next, you know, Mrs. Holmes.
Yeah, yeah. Yeah, she definitely thought that it was going to be something. I want you guys, if you're in the building, hit that like button, hit that subscribe button. You know, I appreciate all of y'all most definitely. Yeah, I'm sure that's what she thought the next Combs, you know, that's the goal. That's the woman's goal. You know, they want to get married, you know, and Diddy, big celebrity, you know, she trying to do what she could do to get married. And I understand that, you know, but I listen, I definitely understand your point of view, right? And you know, I'm just standing my ground on that. And you know, is it anything else that you want to say before we get out of here with that?
I'm gonna go to bed knowing that Cassie is a victim.
Okay, listen, and listen, we appreciate your grabs.
I still love the chat.
Yeah, and listen, the chat loves you. You know what I'm saying? But you know, it's like, listen, that's one thing. We're not always gonna have the same opinion, and it's okay.
And you know, I'm not going to agree with you just to agree with you. You already know.
Listen, and I love that. You know what I'm saying? It excited me. You know what I mean? That right there excited me. Yeah, I just want to definitely have like conversations like this, and you know, I appreciate you straight up. And we gonna be back at it. You know, if you here with us tomorrow, we gonna do it again. You know what I'm saying? And I appreciate you, and I appreciate your opinion on everything, and I appreciate the support. You know, shout out to the chat. You know, go check the merch out, sbgbtv.com. You know, I appreciate all y'all. If you haven't subscribed to the channel, hit that subscribe button, smash the like button, and share this live.
We appreciate you.
Yeah, most definitely. And you want to tell the people holler back?
I want us to do our ones in this chat. That's what I want us to do.
Okay, all right. Well, you know, shout out to all the members in the chat. If you are a member, put a 1 in the chat, and you know, so we can shout you out. And I appreciate all of y'all that support the channel. Facts. Shout out to you, JAMEEKS, Blue Chicken. I appreciate you so much. And We not stopping. You already know. And yeah, good chemistry. JR gets bread, my guy. Straight up. We not no sucker for DEEZY either.
Who said that?
Hey, Trees, I know y'all ain't no sucker for DEEZY, you know, but I love all y'all. Y'all know that. Bless Niger Beauty. Holy nigga Sky. Michelle. You know, I appreciate all y'all, you know. Come on, you know, DEEZY rock with all y'all, you know what I mean? And I understand that some of y'all gonna have a difference of opinion from DEEZY, you know. That doesn't make me love you guys any less. Y'all know y'all my folks, you know what I mean? To the end, you know. Shout out to all y'all, you know. And we gonna be back at it tomorrow. You know, peace from DEEZY. Peace from JAMEEKS.
Good night.
And I appreciate all y'all. Good morning it is. And y'all know what it is, man. It's not about the setback. It's about the get back. Man.